Chapter 1102. Popping Sheep shrunk his neck and looked around with his black beady eyes. So strange, he had a bad premonition. What's wrong? Yunxing noticed Popping's strange behavior. Dearest master, Popping hates this place. I always feel like someone is watching us. Popping Sheep curled his lips and nimbly slipped into Yunxing's clothes. The underworld is different from the human realm. You're probably not acclimatized. Yunxing didn't mind. She followed the crowd and walked through the Dongwei gate. When Yunxing was being interrogated, she deliberately asked the skeleton soldiers at the Dongwei gate where the Netherworld Ghost King lived. Who knew that when the skeleton soldiers heard Yunxing asking about the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts, they glared at her fiercely. Not only did they not answer, they even urged her to leave. Dearest master, that smelly world deity of the underworld and the Netherworld Ghost King have been rivals for many years. These skeleton soldiers are the subordinates of the world deity of the underworld. It is indeed inappropriate to ask them about the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts. After Popping broke out of his shell, his memory slowly recovered and he roughly knew about the underworld. The existence of the world deity was to maintain the balance between the worlds. For example, the Netherworld Ghost Key, a godly tool that could break the barrier between worlds, its existence itself was against the will of the world deity. And the one who created the Netherworld Ghost Key was the Netherworld Ghost King. The reason why the Netherworld Ghost King and the world deity of the underworld were able to coexist peacefully for so many years was not because they were good friends or got along well, but because the Netherworld Ghost King's strength was not ordinary. Thus, although he and the world deity of the underworld appeared to be the two giants of the underworld, they secretly disliked each other. As a result, the subordinates of the two sides also disliked each other. Moreover, the Netherworld Ghost King's temperament was erratic and he didn't have a fixed residence. Sometimes, he might even wander to other worlds. It was really not easy to find him. This way, it will be much harder to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Yunxing was in a difficult position. She wondered if she should directly use the Netherworld Ghost Key to summon the Netherworld Ghost King. But when she thought of Ji Rumo's warning that it was best not to use the Netherworld Ghost Key, she hesitated. Dear Master, you don't have to worry too much. Although the Phantasm Ghost King's whereabouts are erratic, there is a place in the underworld called the Divine Ability Pavilion. It is said that as long as one can afford it, one can obtain any information there. However, the Magical Abilities Pavilion is only located in the capital cities of the few large counties in the underworld. We have to reach the nearest capital city first before we can find the Magical Abilities Pavilion. Popping Sheep's words reminded Yunxing. Yunxing first bought a map of the underworld from the skeleton soldiers at the Dongwei gate. After checking the map, Yunxing realized that the underworld was very different from the human world. In the underworld, there were no fixed countries. There were only 8 underworld counties. Different nether counties were guarded by different local forces. Since she was heading to the Magical Abilities Pavilion, Yunxing had to head to the Dark Commandery, Jima Commandery, which was closest to the Dongwei gate. Most people who entered the underworld from the Dongwei gate would first stop at Jima Commandery. Yunxing noticed that there was a large forest called Wei Wu between Jima Commandery and the Dongwei gate. The forest spanned across several mountain ranges and was hundreds of miles long. It was daybreak now. If they hurried, they might be able to reach Jima Commandery in 3 days. Yunxing looked at the map and planned whether she should set off immediately. Yunxing did not know that after she put away the gold coins and passed through the Dongwei gate, a few pairs of eyes with ill intentions stared at her. A single young woman was extremely eye-catching even in the boundless land, not to mention in a place like the underworld where the ratio of men to women was as high as 10 to 1. TSK, what a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that there would be such good goods in this batch of newcomers. Big brother, we are going to be rich this time. The people who were secretly peeping at Yunxing were more than 10 warriors and magicians. All of them had ugly heads and rat eyes. One look and one could tell that they were not good people. As the Dongwei Gate was the first important place for criminals from the human world to arrive in the underworld, there were always some ruffians and villains who specialized in making money. Most of them belonged to a dark sect called the Thousand Yama sect. They gathered around the Dongwei Gate all year round and looked for newcomers who did not know about the situation in the underworld. After luring them to a remote place, they would rob, kill, and commit all kinds of crimes. These warriors and magicians who had their eyes on Yun Sheng were from the Thousand Yama sect. Isn't that so? The Dongwei Gate is good in everything, but there are too few living women. On the other hand, there are many beautiful female ghosts in the Dongwei Gate. It's a pity that humans and ghosts walk different paths. We can't be friends with female ghosts. As they spoke, those Thousand Yama sect members had a covetous look on their faces. That woman's strength is not much. Big brother, let's lure her into the Wei Fog Forest first and have a good time. After that, we'll sell her to the gold squandering house. The underlings seemed to have already seen countless soul stones dangling in front of their eyes. These underlings were able to move around in this area, so they naturally had good eyesight. They had already noticed that there was a punishment brand on the back of Yun Sheng's hand. However, that brand only had the word 10 on it. The punishment brand that the four-sided hell flood dragon left on a felon represented the number of people that the felon had killed. The more people killed, the more evil the felon had committed. Generally speaking, this also meant that the felon would be able to survive in the underworld. Yun Sheng's magic brand only had the word 10 on it. In the eyes of these ruffians in the capital of Dongwei, she was undoubtedly a weak felon. They did not know who she had offended, but she was actually exiled to a place like the underworld. Among them, even the worst person was responsible for 30 to 40 lives. Yun Sheng kept the map. Just as she was about to stand up, she frowned. 5 or 6 people suddenly appeared beside her. What business do you have with me? Yun Sheng was on guard. Fighting was not allowed near the Dongwei Gate. From the looks of it, these people did not look like newcomers to the underworld. Miss, this one is Piercing Tiger from the Thousand Hell sect. From the looks of it, you're going to the Wei Fog Forest, right? That forest is not simple. The terrain inside is complicated, and there are many terrifying demonic plants. Many people who enter the forest never come out. It would not be good if a delicate girl like you got hurt. The leader of the group was a warrior in his 30s. His skin had a metallic luster, and his do-chi cultivation was quite good. Thousand Hell sect. Yun Sheng secretly sized up these people. She saw that they were all wearing warrior robes and magician robes of the same color. On their chests, there was a golden mask of Yama, bearing its fangs. The Thousand Hell sect is one of the 3 major powers in Jimo region. Miss, you only need to pay 109th level magical beast soul stones, and we will send you to Jimo region. Look, there are dozens of newcomers over there. They have already entrusted us to escort them along the way. As he spoke, that person pointed behind him. Indeed, there were many warriors and magicians who had just arrived in the underworld gathered together, waiting to depart. Chapter 1103. 100 soul stones of a 9th grade magical beast. How much is this? Could it be that the underworld didn't use gold coins for transactions? Only then did Yun Sheng realize a problem, and that was the problem of the underworld's currency. Before she left, she had prepared everything except for the money from the underworld. Papa, the underworld doesn't use soul stones to make transactions, right? Yun Sheng asked Papa in a low voice. Yeah. Doesn't the underworld use underworld coins? Popping Sheep stammered, unable to explain. Yun Sheng rubbed her eyebrows. She was really stupid. Bo Yang was an otherworldly god. He only recognized gold coins as the currency of the human world, let alone the underworld. Did world deities need to spend money? In the human world, Yun Sheng was a wealthy person. Ever since she left Banana Leaf Village, she had not experienced poverty for a long time. Who would have thought that he would become a pauper the moment he reached the netherworld? Yunxing didn't have many soul stones with her. On the boundless continent, soul stones usually only had a few uses. They were used to refine magic scepters or to be embedded in magic equipment. Yunsheng was a summoner, so another function of the soul stone was to feed magical beasts. In her early years, she would use the soul stones to refine magic scepters. The number of soul stones she had with her could be counted on one hand. At most, she had no more than 50 soul stones. These people were asking for 100 soul stones, and they were soul stones from 9th-rank magical beasts. Even if she really wanted to travel with the people from the Thousand Hell sect, she couldn't afford it. Yunxing immediately realized an even more serious problem. She wanted to go to the Magical Ability Pavilion. What if the other party also used soul stones to trade? Where would she get so many soul stones? It seemed like she could only pray that she would encounter more magical beasts or magical plants in the Wei Fog Forest and obtain more soul stones. If the lackeys of the Thousand Yama sect knew what Yunsheng was thinking right now, they would definitely be scared shitless. Anyone who wanted to pass through the Weiwu Forest would try their best to avoid encountering magical beasts and magical plants. This weak, light criminal, in front of him actually wanted to encounter more magical beasts and magical plants. Yunsheng could only sigh silently. Just as she was about to turn around and reply, she noticed that the spiky tiger was sneaking glances at her legs and chest. If it wasn't for the fact that private fights couldn't be fought near the Dongwei Gate, she would definitely use her dark heavenly thorn to smash these people into pieces. Thank you for your reminder, but I'm used to moving alone. I can only thank you for your kindness. I've decided to go to the Weiwu Forest alone. Yunxing flatly refused the savage tiger's invitation. Seeing Yunxing openly reject him, the smile on piercing tiger's face disappeared. You want to pass through the Wei Fog Forest alone? I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. The savage tiger was about to explode when a few skeleton soldiers from the Dongwei Gate behind him looked over. Out of consideration for the skeleton soldiers, the savage tiger didn't dare to act out in public. He secretly cursed in his heart, "Ungrateful woman, let's see how long you can last. After entering the Wei Fog Forest, I'll find a few people to teach you a lesson." The savage tiger suppressed his displeasure and strode away. Yunxing didn't pay any more attention to him and walked straight towards the main road leading to the Wei Fog Forest. After walking for about half an hour, the Dongwei Gate was no longer in sight. Yunxing had already entered the Wei Fog Forest. In front of her was a lush forest. The moment she entered the forest, Yunxing realized that it was no wonder so many people would pay a high price to have the Thousand Yama sect protect them. The Wei Fog Forest of the underworld wasn't simple. The underworld wasn't like the human realm. Cold winds blew all year round, and the plants that grew here never saw the sun. Due to the influence of the Yin energy, most of the plants had already mutated. Many of the plants had already been demonized and survived by devouring magical beasts and passers-by. Therefore, the soil and plants here were all red in color. In the forest, there were piles of human and magical beast skeletons everywhere. A cold wind blew past, and the air was filled with the nauseating smell of rotting corpses. Yunsheng had no choice but to take a pill to dispel the miasma and continue walking. Not long after Yunxing entered the Wei Fog Forest, a sense of alarm flashed through her heart. She saw a burst of piercingly cold black shadows shooting out from the bushes beside her. An ambush. After going through many trials in the arena and hunting troops, Yunsheng was very experienced in fighting enemies. She didn't even pull out her magic scepter. She took a few steps forward and shot out a few fireballs around her. The fireballs enveloped the black shadows, and in a flash, those black shadows were burnt black. They fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. Yunsheng took a closer look and realized that it was actually a few vines that ambushed her. However, they were different from ordinary vines. These vines that grew in the Wei Fog Forest were actually filled with small holes. These small holes were like the mouths of magical beasts and were filled with sharp teeth. Boo boo, it's the flesh-devouring vine of the dark demonic plant. Master, run. The moment Boo Boo entered the Wei Fog Forest, it shrank into Yunxing's collar and refused to come out. The smell in the forest almost made it vomit. After Yunxing succeeded, it stuck its head out. When it saw the few pieces of things, Boo 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 shuddered and urged Yunxing to run quickly. Run. Yunxing hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind her. Hundreds of rattan vines drilled out from the forest. Each rattan was like a snake and was about 10 meters long. They carried a strong gust of wind as they attacked Yunxing. Bo Bo, my dear master, after this thing dies, it will release a smell that will attract its companions. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yunxing complained incessantly. As it turned out, kissing sheep was a hindsight. She didn't even care about merging with kissing sheep. With a teleport, she dodged the attacks of several vines and fled into the depths of the forest. At the outskirts of Misty Weaver Forest, a 10,000 Hell sect member who was tasked with keeping an eye on Yunxing landed beside the spiky tiger and whispered into its ear. Knowing that Yunxing was being chased by the flesh-devouring vines, the spiky tiger showed a gloating smile. I told you, it's impossible for that woman to break through this forest by herself. You guys, make your move tonight. Deal with these newbies quickly and go after that woman. After Yunxing had fled for a long time, the flesh-devouring vines were still chasing after her. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? Don't tell me this is going to go on forever. I have to think of a way. Yunxing landed beside a tree. His black eyes were burning with anger. Just as Yunxing was pondering, several flesh-devouring vines were closing in. Puff! Suddenly, a blade of light shot out from under the tree. The blade was as fast as lightning. One after another, it aimed at the flesh-devouring vines. Following that, dozens of arrows shot out from the forest with whooshing sounds. In just a few blinks of an eye, the flesh-devouring vines that were chasing after Yunxing were all killed. Strangely, the flesh-devouring vines that were killed by the blade of light and the arrows didn't attract other flesh-devouring vines. The forest returned to peace for the time being. A voice came from under the tree. Friends in the tree, you can come down. It's safe here for the time being. Chapter 1104. After hearing the voices, Yunxing landed on the ground without hesitation. She saw that there were already more than 10 warriors and magicians standing under the tree. Seeing that it was actually a young female magician who came down from the tree, the blue-clothed male warrior who spoke earlier could not help but be startled. The blue-clothed male warrior had delicate features, clear eyes, and a tall and thin figure. He held a half-foot-long full-moon blade in his hand. When he saw Yunxing's appearance clearly, a trace of surprise flashed across his face. Thank you for saving my life. Yunxing nodded and smiled. Her eyes flashed, and she silently sized up the appearance of the people beside her. Like the Thousand Yama sect, these warriors and magicians who had drawn their blades to help were also dressed in the same color. However, looking at their clothes, they seemed to belong to other sections. Although these people were not very old, most of them were only in their early 20s, their strength was not ordinary. Especially the blue-clothed male warrior who led them. He was actually a martial emperor. What are you laughing at? You look like a fox and your strength is so weak, yet you still dare to run around in Weiwu Forest. You almost ruined our plans. Beside the male warrior was a young woman holding a bow and arrow. She was currently glaring at Yunxing. Yunxing could not help but look at the young woman a few more times. This was because Yunxing noticed that the bow and arrow on her back was not an ordinary bow and arrow, but a magic bow and arrow. She did not expect that there would be people in the underworld who practiced the magic bow and arrow of the elf race. This young woman stared at Yun Sheng's face with jealousy. When she noticed the cross punishment brand on the back of Yun Sheng's hand, she snorted in disdain. "Yu, don't be unreasonable. This young lady looks like she just came to the underworld. She did not mean to barge into our ambush." The blue-clothed man frowned, feeling very apologetic for his junior sister's unreasonable words and actions. "What did I say wrong? Look at her. She can't even handle a few flesh-devouring vines. If she hadn't met us, she would have died." Yu was dissatisfied. Don't think she couldn't see that when eldest senior brother saw this woman, it was as if he had lost his soul. "Bo, you ugly freak, you're the one who's dead. Our mistress is very powerful, she can crush you to death with her little finger." Bo Sheep poked his head out and bared his teeth at Yu. "Senior brother Ing, look at this magical beast, I'm going to tear its mouth apart," Yu said angrily, as if she was going to catch the sheep. Seeing that Yun Sheng's magical beast could actually speak human language, the blue-clothed man couldn't help but look at baby sheep and Yun Sheng a few more times. He thought to himself that a magical beast that could speak human language must be a magical beast above the level of a holy beast. This lady's temperament was not ordinary, and she dared to bring such a magical beast into the Wei Fog Forest alone. Her strength was probably not as simple as it seemed on the surface. "Yu, shut up," the blue-clothed man reprimanded. He cupped his hands towards Yun Sheng and said, "I'm Ing Chuan, from the 100 Ren clan. This young lady, may I know your name? Why did you appear in a place like the Weiwu Forest alone?" Yun Sheng had a good impression of Ing Chuan. Moreover, he had taken the lead to help her out just now. Moreover, from their tone, they should be very familiar with the Weiwu Forest. After experiencing the flesh-devouring vines, Yun Sheng also knew that she had underestimated the enemy and this forest. It would be great if these people in front of her were familiar with the terrain. Yun Sheng just happened to want to get to know them so that it would be easier for her to pass through this forest. "I'm Yun Sheng. I just came from the human world. Because I can't afford to pay the protection fee of the 1,000 Yama sect, I can only pass through this forest on foot." The moment Yun Sheng said 1,000 Yama sect, the expressions of the people from the 100 Ren clan, including Ing Chuan, changed. "Young lady, are you talking about the 1,000 Yama sect? Fortunately, you're not with them. Otherwise." Ing Chuan looked at Yun Sheng, feeling lucky. With Yun Sheng's appearance, if she fell into the hands of the 1,000 Yama sect, she would most likely be doomed. "What do you mean?" Yun Sheng was curious. "Humph, consider yourself lucky. The 1,000 Yama sect is a notorious evil force in Jima County. They specialize in tricking people who have just arrived in the underworld. If they fall into their hands, they will rob the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled and kill them. If they encounter children or women, they will sell them to the county's female brothel and slave market." Yu actually hoped that Yun Sheng would be sold off directly. Someone actually dared to bully her. Yun Sheng laughed coldly in her heart. Who was the lucky one here? If those people from the 1,000 Yama sect really dared to target her, she could guarantee that their fate wouldn't be as simple as being robbed clean. "Then I'm really lucky to have met the few of you. I see that the few of you are also from Jima County. Can you take me with you to Jima County? I don't have any soul stones on me, but I have some pills that can be used as payment." With that, Yun Sheng prepared to take out the pills. "Miss Yun Sheng, you don't need to pay us anything. We'll just take you out." Ing Chuan was rather straightforward. He waved his hand, indicating that Yun Sheng didn't need to pay them anything. "How can that be? Senior brother Ing, we still have to find that thing. She's so weak. What if she drags us down?" When Yu heard that they were going to take Yun Sheng with them, she stomped her feet in anger. She pulled Ing Chuan to the side and whispered to him. "Are we going to leave her alone in the forest? You know how those people from the 1,000 Yama sect do things. They definitely won't let things go so easily. They'll definitely set up an ambush in the dark. Besides, the Thousand Yama sect has done all kinds of evil. Have you forgotten about junior sister? Ing Chuan also knew that it might be inconvenient to take Yun Sheng with them. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu didn't tell Yun Sheng that the Thousand Yama sect and the Hundred Clouds sect were mortal enemies. Their junior sister had been killed by the people from the Thousand Yama sect. Ing Yu didn't say anything after hearing this. Miss Yun Sheng, we've already discussed it. You'll travel with us. However, we still have some things to take care of in Weiwu Forest. If you don't mind, why don't you stay in the forest with us for a few days? Don't worry, we have special medicinal powder on us that can prevent the attacks of the toadstool. With that, Ing Chuan gave Yun Sheng a few bottles of medicinal powder. It was only then that Yun Sheng realized that their weapons and bodies were smeared with a special repellent powder. This powder could prevent the attacks of the demonic plants in Weiwu Forest. And so, Yun Sheng traveled with Ing Chuan and the others through Weiwu Forest. Even though Ing Chuan and the others didn't say anything, Yun Sheng could tell from their words and actions that they were looking for something very important in the forest. That night, because Yun Sheng and Ing Yu were the only women in the group, the two of them slept in the same tent. Ing Yu still didn't like Yun Sheng, so she gave her a dirty look throughout the journey. Yun Sheng couldn't be bothered to argue with her. When night fell, she couldn't fall asleep, so she left the tent and went outside to breathe in the fresh air. There was a bonfire outside the tent. Chapter 1105. There were a lot of strange magic beasts and magic plants in the Weiwu Forest. Even though they had spread plant and beast repellent powder around the area, Ing Chuan still arranged for people to patrol the area at night in order to avoid sneak attacks. When Yun Sheng walked out of the tent, Ing Chuan was sitting by the bonfire, lost in thought. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Ing Chuan hurriedly stood up. The bright bonfire shone on Yun Sheng's pretty face, making it even more radiant. For a moment, Ing Chuan was lost in thought. Miss Yun, I'm sorry. It was just a moment, but junior martial sister provoked Miss Yun again. Her temper has been unruly since she was young. Please don't regard her as an outsider. Ing Chuan, as an expert of the younger generation of the Bailuan sect, had always been arrogant. However, when he saw Yun Sheng this time, he was always distracted and his heartbeat quickened. Big brother Ing, I won't take it to heart. I'm just not used to sleeping in the wild. That's why I came out to take a look. Yun Sheng smiled faintly and sat down beside Ing Chuan gracefully. Fortunately, Dollar was in the beast language ring. Otherwise, he would have been jealous again. Miss Yun, if you trust me, can you tell me why you've come to the netherworld? Ing Chuan was good at reading people's expressions. He could tell that although Yun Sheng was alone and didn't seem to be very powerful, the way she talked and her temperament indicated that she wasn't an ordinary person. In the words of the mortal realm, Yun Sheng must be from an aristocratic family or a noble family. Her purpose for appearing in the underworld was definitely not that simple. As expected, I can't hide anything from Big Brother Ing. The reason I came to the netherworld is to find the netherworld Ghost King. Yun Sheng didn't hide anything and told him about her mother's strange illness. The netherworld Ghost King. Ing Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yun Sheng noticed all the changes in his expression. Big brother Ing, do you know where the netherworld Ghost King is? Miss Yun, you should return. The netherworld Ghost King has already fallen 20 years ago. Ing Chuan's words greatly shocked Yun Sheng. Fallen. The phantasm Ghost King had actually fallen. Yun Sheng had never expected that the netherworld Ghost King would be dead. But I clearly. Yun Sheng wanted to say that she had met the netherworld Ghost King a few years ago, but after thinking about it, she was suddenly at a loss for words. Yun Sheng recalled that the last time she met the phantasm Ghost King, it was with the help of the princess of Taiyuan that she traveled back in time 500 years ago. In other words, the phantasm Ghost King she saw in the Taiyuan ruins was actually the phantasm Ghost King from 500 years ago. 500 years had passed, so it was not impossible for the Phantasm Ghost King to fall. The Phantasm Ghost King was in existence close to the level of a god, but he was still not a god. Even if the other party was a god, he could still be slaughtered. Before the Netherworld Ghost King fell, the Netherworld World Deity and the Ghost King each controlled 4 counties out of the 8 counties of the Netherworld. 1 king and 1 deity, they were evenly matched, and the Netherworld was very peaceful. Ever since the Netherworld Ghost King fell 20 years ago, the 4 counties under the Ghost King fell into turmoil. Right now, the Netherworld is more chaotic than it has ever been. Ying Chuan sighed. Jima County, where the 100 Clouds sect was located, was originally a direct subordinate of the Netherworld Ghost King. Although the Ghost King was both righteous and evil, and his actions were unpredictable, his methods were cruel, and his military was extremely strict. Under his pressure, the evil forces in the 4 counties were suppressed to the point that they did not dare to move. However, after the Ghost King fell, some evil forces in Jima County, including the Thousand Yama sect, took the opportunity to raise their heads, causing the people in the Netherworld to suffer. Big Brother Ying, how did the Netherworld Ghost King die? Did he have any family members or disciples? Compared to the Netherworld Ghost King's death, Yun Sheng was more concerned about the whereabouts of the heart lamp. After all, the strand of her mother's soul, Hu Jiusheng, was locked in the heart lamp. What Yun Sheng was most worried about was that the heart lamp was damaged or its whereabouts unknown after the Netherworld Ghost King died. The outside world does not know the exact cause of his death. Some say that he fought with the Netherworld World Deity and was killed. Others say that he wanted to advance to the deity realm, but because he committed too many evil deeds, he was killed by the heavenly tribulation. He was all alone and had no wife, children, disciples, or juniors. Ying Chuan's words made Yun Sheng's heart sink. Her original hope of finding the Netherworld Ghost King's whereabouts through the Divine Ability Pavilion was dashed. Seeing that Yun Sheng's beautiful face was filled with dark clouds, Ying Chuan knew that she was depressed. After thinking for a while, he said, "Miss Yun, actually, you don't have to be too discouraged. Although I don't know how the Phantasm Ghost King died, it's rumored that after the Phantasm Ghost King died, he was buried in the Ghost King Cave. If you can go to the Ghost King Cave, perhaps you'll be able to find some clues." "Oh, then where is the Ghost King Cave?" Yun Sheng's brows were filled with hope again. If the 100 Dwelling sect knew the location of the Ghost King Cave, would they have fallen to this state today? A strange voice came from the front of the tent. Thorny Tiger led dozens of people from the Thousand Yama sect and surrounded the 100 Dwelling sect's tent. "Thorny Tiger, how dare you break into our tent at night?" Hearing the commotion, everyone in the tent came out. Ying Yu's face was cold as she aimed the bow in her hand at Thorny Tiger. As soon as the two sides met, they drew their bows and arrows. The atmosphere seemed very tense. As it turned out, after Thorny Tiger and the others secretly dealt with the newcomers that the Dongwei sect had lured over, they were preparing to capture Yun Sheng. Who would have thought that they would not find any trace of Yun Sheng along the way? After searching around the Weiwu forest, they discovered the whereabouts of the people from the 100 Dwelling sect. Only then did they know that Yun Sheng had encountered the people from the 100 Dwelling sect when she was avoiding the flesh-devouring vines. Speaking of which, the 100 Dwelling sect and the Thousand Yama sect were both local powers in Jima County. However, just as Ying Chuan said, before the Ghost King died, the 100 Dwelling sect, the County Manor, and the Divine Ability Pavilion were the 3 major powers in Jima County. However, after the Ghost King died, the sect master of the 100 Dwelling sect, Ying Lei, who was also Ying Yu's father, was seriously injured by the people of the Thousand Yama sect when he went out on an expedition. Thus, the 100 Dwelling sect gradually declined. In addition, the Thousand Yama sect burned, killed, and plundered, and monopolized many of the 100 Dwelling sect's original businesses. Now, the 100 Dwelling sect was on the verge of collapse and could be swallowed up by the Thousand Yama sect at any time. Therefore, after Thorny Tiger learned that Yun Sheng had been rescued by the people of the 100 Dwelling sect, he was not afraid of the other party's power. He directly led his men to surround the 100-dwelling sect's tent. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's missing you. For missing you's sake, I, Thorny Tiger, will not pester you any further. As long as you hand that girl over to us, I will take my brothers and retreat." Thorny Tiger's thieving eyes stared at Yun Sheng's beautiful face. Under the night sky, the newcomer from the mortal realm looked even more lovely and moving. They had dozens of people, while the 100-dwelling sect only had a dozen people. Although Ing Chuan and Ing Yu were both present, Thorny Tiger knew that they had other motives for entering the forest. They would not rashly lose their men. Therefore, Thorny Tiger naturally thought that the 100-dwelling sect would hand over Yunsheng. How could Ing Yu not understand in her heart? Although Thorny Tiger was no match for them, the other party had more people. Most importantly, it was already late at night. If they fought, the smell of blood would definitely attract some demonic beasts or demonic plants in the Wei Fog Forest. Chapter 1106. The night was as cold as water. In the forest, the two sides were still facing each other. Savage Tiger's group had smug looks on their faces. Ing Chuan, on the other hand, was frowning. Yun Sheng's finger traced the beast speech ring. Even if the people from the 100 Clouds sect handed her over, Yun Sheng would not blame them. After all, they had only met by chance. Taking her out of the forest was one thing, but offending the 1,000 Flames sect for her was another. Whoosh, the sound of an arrow piercing flesh could be heard. Immediately after, the smell of blood filled the tent. Savage Tiger's face twisted as he sucked in a breath of cold air. He hugged his injured arm and flew into a rage. "Ing Yu, you little bitch. How dare you sneak attack me?" Savage Tiger didn't expect Ing Yu to suddenly shoot an arrow. "Humph, that's my answer. Although I don't like this woman, I hate the 1,000 Hell sect even more." Ing Yu's action surprised Yun Sheng. She was about to summon Jean Coin and deal with them, but she temporarily gave up on that idea. She didn't expect Ing Yu to choose to protect herself at such a critical moment. Ing Chuan let out a sigh of relief. His junior sister had been unruly since she was young, but she had a good heart. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. Brothers, let's go. Tie up those two girls as well. The Thorny Tiger's ferocious expression was revealed. He gave a signal, and a light mage immediately appeared beside him. With a few chance, the spiky tiger's arm that was hit by the arrow immediately stopped bleeding. Damn it, they even brought a light magician with them. The underworld wasn't like other places. Here, light magicians were really rare. She didn't know where Savage Tiger found a light magician. Ing Chuan and the others couldn't compare to Savage Tiger. Among Savage Tiger's group, only Savage Tiger was an intermediate martial saint. The others were all martial ancestor realm. On the 100 Hell sect side, Ing Chuan and Ing Yu were quite strong. Ing Chuan had been a martial saint for many years. Ing Yu was also a magic archer. She was a sky magician and a beginner martial saint. But if the enemy had another light magician, it would be hard to say. "You, step aside. Don't get in the way." But she was already injured, so Ing Yu could only force herself to stand and pull Yun Sheng behind her. Yun Sheng rolled her eyes. Did these people think that she was a burden? Ing Yu's temper wasn't very good, but her arrows were top-notch. She knocked an arrow and began to work. On the bowstring, a light green magical power was injected. With a flick of his finger, several arrows imbued with the power of wind blades shot out towards the light mage. Experienced warriors and mages all knew that in a group battle, the first to be killed was the other party's light mage. Bo, this woman is a little ugly, but she's quite smart. Bo Sheep poked his pink head out and looked around with his beady eyes. Yun Sheng's eyes flashed, and she began to observe the competition between Ing Chuan and the piercing tiger. Ing Chuan's swordsmanship was also quite good. On the blade of his sword, streaks of fire like fighting aura emerged and tangled with the piercing tiger. The piercing tiger roared, and the word king appeared on his forehead. His arms suddenly doubled in size, and he let out a tiger's roar, which was incomparably fierce. Ying Chuan dodged again and again. The tiger's roar hit a tree, and the tree immediately broke. At this time, the piercing tiger suddenly staggered. He felt a piercing pain in the soles of his feet. The tiger's roar suddenly stopped, and he didn't even have time to see what was happening under his feet. The wind direction of the blade in Ying Chuan's hand suddenly changed, and the blade became a bit sharper. Layers of blade shadows rushed towards the piercing tiger. The sharp blade made the piercing tiger feel a chill in his heart. Since the piercing tiger dared to walk around the Dongwei Gate, he naturally had some ability. He roared and spat out a stream of fighting aura. The fighting aura was like a dart. With a bang, it hit Ying Chuan's broadsword. Ying Chuan only felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go numb. The blade in his hand suddenly deviated from its trajectory and slashed across the piercing tiger's cheek. An inch-deep scar appeared on his face. Behind him, a miserable scream was heard. The light magician was shot in the chest by several arrows under Ying Yu's sniping. The disciple of the 100-ren gate went forward and slashed. The light magician's hand that was holding the magic scepter flew out and rolled into the bushes. The piercing tiger looked down and found that there was a finger-sized bloody hole on his foot. The bloody hole went through both ends, and blood kept flowing out. At first glance, it was obvious that it wasn't caused by ordinary thorns. When he and Ying Chuan were fighting, both of them were very fast. Someone was actually able to sneak attack him in the middle of the chaotic battle. Could it be that someone was secretly helping the 100-ren gate? And the other person was a dark magician? The piercing tiger's angry eyes turned. He already had some thoughts of retreating. He never thought that the person who used the dark thorns to sneak attack him was Yun Sheng, who was watching from the sidelines. It was no wonder. No matter if it was the 100-ren gate or the 1,000 Hell sect, no one would have thought that a light criminal could use such powerful dark magic. Ying Chuan, Ying Yu, don't be complacent. You're lucky tonight. There's an expert helping you in the dark. Let's wait and see when we get back to Jima County. The piercing tiger shouted. With a wave of his hand, the people of the 1,000 Hell sect quickly retreated from the forest. An expert helping us in the dark. Ying Chuan and Ying Yu saw the people of the 100-ren gate retreat, and their expressions relaxed. But when they recalled the words of the piercing tiger, they felt that something was wrong. Especially Ying Chuan. He also noticed that when the two of them were locked in battle, the piercing tiger clearly showed an opening, which allowed him to seize the opportunity. Ying Yu's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, but she didn't find any signs of an expert. She was suspicious, and her gaze wandered around Yun Sheng and the kissing sheep on her body. But after pausing for a moment, she withdrew her gaze. Just now, Yun Sheng had been hiding behind her. Even if you beat her to death, and you wouldn't believe that a light criminal who had only killed 10 people would have the ability to sneak attack a bandit like the piercing tiger. TCH, those who look down on their dear master will regret it in the end. The baby sheep snorted. It's getting late. Everyone should rest well. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue to walk into the depths of the forest. Ying Chuan counted the number of casualties. It was much better than he had expected. But just as Ying Chuan told everyone to return to the tent to rest, a trace of coldness flashed through Yun Sheng's heart. Whoosh, suddenly, something was thrown out from the shrubbery that was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers. Ying Chuan's eyes were sharp and his hand was fast. He swung his sword and saw that there was a severed hand on the ground. That hand was clearly the hand of the light magician who had been cut off earlier. Everyone looked carefully. With the help of the bonfire, they saw that the severed hand had turned dark purple. More than half of the flesh had been bitten off. Behind them, a rustling sound came from the shrubbery. Chapter 1107. The shuffling sounds grew louder and louder. It sounded as if countless magical beasts were approaching. The battle had just ended and everyone was exhausted. They hadn't recovered yet. If they were ambushed by magical beasts now, they would be powerless. Be careful. Ying Chuan and Ying Yu exchanged a look. Their expressions turned grave. They were even more nervous than when they'd encountered the Thousand Flames sect. They'd scattered a large amount of medicinal powder in the surroundings. Logically speaking, the magical beasts and plants in this area shouldn't dare to come close. Whoosh! There was a sharp sound that sounded like a metal whistle. A giant centipede that was 5 meters long drilled out of the bushes, but that centipede looked very strange. Its skin was like the bark of a tree, full of wrinkles. In the middle of its body, there was a huge mouth about the same size as its body. From the huge mouth, blood-red mucus was spitting out. Its upper body was raised high, and its 100 or so root-like legs kept moving. Its lower body was like a tree, deeply embedded in the soil. As the centipede twisted, the ground shook violently. It's a scarlet centipede tree. Ying Chuan and Ying Yu's expressions changed when they saw the strange centipede tree. The centipede tree was a parasitic magical plant. It was a magical vine that parasitized the maggot eggs of a newborn scarlet centipede tree. After 100 years of growth and absorbing the scarlet centipede tree's flesh, it grew into a powerful half-beast, half-plant magical plant. This magical plant was highly poisonous. Although it was rooted in the soil, it could move freely in the forest like a magical beast. It could also use earth and fire magic to fight in the forest. It was especially powerful and was the overlord of Weiwu Forest. Normally, Ying Chuan and the others wouldn't enter Weiwu Forest rashly and attract the scarlet centipede tree's bad luck. But this time was an exception. Ying Chuan and Ying Yu's main purpose in entering Weiwu Forest was to find this centipede tree. 3 years ago, Ying Yu's father was ambushed by the Thousand Flames sect and was severely poisoned. These years, the 100 Flames sect had been searching for an antidote. Half a month ago, Ying Chuan spent a lot of money to inquire at the Magical Arts Pavilion that the Scarlet Centipede's soul crystal could cure the sect leader's poison. However, because the Scarlet Fire Treant was very difficult to deal with, the Shadow Sect leader was unwilling to let the two of them take the risk of entering the forest. This time, the two of them and a few of their disciples also snuck into the forest behind the sect leader's back. It was just that this kind of treant would usually only appear in the special areas of the Wei Fog Forest. It was even more unexpected that it would suddenly appear here after a fierce battle. It was obvious that the smell of blood from the fierce battle between the 100 Clouds sect and the 1000 Hells sect had attracted this devil plant. Ying Yu was a woman, and this was the first time she had seen such an ugly magic plant. Her hand holding the bough couldn't help but tremble. Wu, while everyone from the Bailuan sect was still in a daze, the scarlet flame tree centipede was like a whirlwind as it whistled through the air. Its vine-like legs grabbed a 100 Thunder sect disciple and stuffed him into its mouth. Bastard, let go of my junior brother. Seeing the tree barbarian's attack, Ying Chuan's saber light vibrated. He stomped his feet and leaped off the ground. The saber in his hand was wrapped in a ferocious fighting aura as it pierced towards Shu Yi. When the tree centipede heard the piercing wind from the saber, it paused for a moment. Then, the huge mouth on its abdomen spat out a fierce flame. The flame could melt metal and melt bone. Ying Chuan's saber looked like it was going to melt the moment it got close. He threw the saber with all his might. The blade turned into a silver flash and pierced into the tree centipede's mouth. He grabbed the captured junior brother with one hand and pushed him back, out of the tree centipede's poisonous mouth. The saber pierced into the tree centipede's mouth. The tree centipede let out a shrill cry. Its vine-like legs extended countless meters in an instant and wrapped around Ying Chuan's waist, dragging him back. Ying Chuan didn't panic after losing his saber. He roared and punched the tree centipede's vines with dense fighting aura on his fist. He didn't expect that his iron fist, which could shatter a 1,000-kilogram boulder, couldn't even move the tree centipede's body. Senior brother. Yu and the others had just caught their junior brother. They turned around and saw that Chuan was trapped by the tree centipede. In a moment of desperation, Yu condensed magic power on the bow in her hand. She shot one arrow after another at the tree centipede. The arrows, which carried wind elemental magic elements, were fast and accurate. They shot towards the tree centipede one after another. Yu's actions completely enraged the tree centipede. It let out a sharp and strange sound. It grabbed Chuan and burrowed into the ground. Where's the monster? The surroundings returned to normal. Yu and the other disciples of the 100-Ren sect panicked. For a moment, they couldn't find the whereabouts of the fiery red tree centipede. Yunsheng's black eyes flashed as she searched the ground inch by inch. Watch your step. It's the earth elemental super spell, earth wave tremor, Yunsheng suddenly shouted. What a cunning beast. It knows how to use super spells. I underestimated it. A brownish-yellow magic array appeared on the ground. Rumble, countless cracks appeared on the ground, as if it had experienced a small-scale earthquake. The people of the 100-Ren sect panicked. Yu couldn't stand still and was about to fall into the cracks. Woo! There was another whistling sound. The tree centipede, which had disappeared, suddenly burrowed out of the ground. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Yu. Yu was about to be swallowed by the tree centipede when she felt a hand on her waist. Her body moved back a few meters in an instant, avoiding the tree centipede's most fatal attack. Thank. Why is it you? Yu was about to thank her when her mouth opened into a big O shape. Only then did she realize that the hands that held her were slender. The person who saved her was actually the petty criminal she had always looked down on. Yunsheng. Of course it's me. Yunsheng smiled sweetly. Miss Yu, your archery skills are not enough to deal with a big guy like the fiery red tree centipede. Yu was still grateful, but when she heard that Yunsheng dared to belittle her archery skills, anger rose in her heart and she was about to explode. Unexpectedly, a delicate zither appeared in Yunsheng's hand. The zither looked like jade. Yunsheng handed it to the disciples of the 100-Ren sect. The magic wings on her back flapped gently and she flew toward the fiery red tree centipede like a shooting star. Is she crazy? Yu saw Yunsheng holding a zither and confronting the tree centipede. It was as if she had seen a ghost. But what happened next instantly petrified Yu. Yunsheng stood in the air as a cold glint flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Her slender fingers landed on the zither. The strings of the originally simple and unadorned zither were injected with a lot of magic power and suddenly lit up with several rays of light. Chapter 1108. Looking at the zither in Yunsheng's hand, the people from the Bailuan sect were suspicious. Could it be that Miss Yun wanted to use such a frail-looking zither to fight the flaming red tree spirit? Whoosh, whoosh, as her slender fingers fell, the magical radiance on the zither strings turned into a cold glint in an instant. The sound of the zither instantly formed dozens of magical attacks that were sharper than blades and arrows. At first, the sound of the zither sounded endless, but its power was like that of thunder. Countless zither notes, some in the form of fireballs, some in the form of wind blades, some in the form of earth spikes, some in the form of water arrows, and some in the form of black lightning attacks. These magical attacks were merciless, and the angles of the attacks were extremely tricky. The pink demonic beast squatting on Yunsheng's shoulder flapped its wings from time to time. Dear master, break its legs and explode its head. The magical attacks formed by the sound of the zither were even more ferocious than the attacks of senior brother Chuan, a martial Grand Emperor expert. Wounds quickly appeared on the flaming red tree spirit, whose skin was like tree bark. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the disciples from the Bailuan sect. They suddenly realized that Miss Yunsheng was actually an extremely powerful expert. Earlier, they had thought that she was a weak, light criminal. The tree spirit knew how powerful the sound of the zither was. It could not dodge in time and tried to burrow into the ground. However, there was a wave of movement on the ground, and rows of sharp black thorns rose from the ground and pierced the roots of the flaming red tree spirit. The tree spirit let out a sharp hiss. The sound of the zither was like an avalanche, and it carried magical power as it slashed toward the waist of the tree spirit. Yunsheng had already seen clearly that the weakest part of the tree spirit, which looked as tough as old tree bark, was its waist, which was buried in the ground. With a swoosh, the waist of the tree spirit was cut in half by the sound of the zither, and yellow pus sprayed all over the ground. This slash was crafty and vicious, and its power was even more shocking. The 100 Thunder Gates people couldn't help but change their expressions. However, Yunsheng, who was in midair, had a very relaxed expression on her face. It was as if she was playing a beautiful zither. Her appearance was as if she was simply not killing the tree stalks. Instead, she was playing a zither under the moonlight. No one was more shocked than Yingyu when she saw this. Her eyes were wide open as if she had seen the strangest thing in the world. She stared at the zither music attacks falling from the sky one after another. So powerful. Yingyu was a magic archer. No one knew better than her the meaning of so many magic zither lights. That was magic power, and it was magic power of many different attributes. A magic attack was many times more difficult than a normal doqi attack. Even Yingyu herself couldn't control so many magic attacks at once. However, the weak-looking female mage, who had been hiding behind him earlier, was handling the situation with ease. The funniest thing was that she had actually mocked him earlier. At this moment, Yingyu wished she could find a hole to hide in. Seeing that the fiery red tree spirit had lost its vitality, Bobo Sheep was very nimble. "Dearest master, let me do it. Let me do it." The fiery red tree spirit was a king-level magical beast. Dearest master was really too powerful. Her celestial fox's second inheritance would definitely defeat the tree stalks. That soul crystal was his. Yunsheng also knew that Bobo Sheep was going to play a role in hindsight again, so she simply let it do it. The 100 Thunder Gates people all widened their eyes. With a whoosh, Bobo Sheep's small body had already landed beside the corpse of the tree stalk from Yunsheng's shoulder. Bobo Sheep's pair of meaty wings flapped, and with a sudden force, it pulled out the lower half of the fiery red tree spirit, which was countless times bigger than itself, like pulling out a radish, and threw it aside. The ground shook a few times. The poor fiery red tree spirit was considered a tyrant in the Weiwu forest, but tonight, it was killed by Yunsheng and Bobo Sheep, two evil beasts who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. What amazing strength! The 100 Thunder Gates disciples were once again stunned. They didn't expect that the magical beast squatting on Miss Yunsheng's shoulder was actually so terrifying. Bobo, a king-level magical beast's soul crystal. Bobo Sheep's black bean-like eyes emitted bursts of light. It nimbly dug out a red soul crystal from the fiery red tree spirit's abdomen. Seeing that the tree stalk was completely dead, the 100 Thunder Gates people recovered their wits. Yingyu hurriedly ordered people to search around, and finally rescued the unconscious Ying Chuan from an underground nest not far away. After treatment, Ying Chuan woke up. He had just woken up, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the fiery red tree spirit lying on the ground not far away. The fiery red tree spirit's body had been cut in half by a sharp weapon. A trace of shock appeared in Ying Chuan's eyes. While Ying Chuan was unconscious, he was still thinking that the 100 Thunder Gate was really going to face a great disaster this time. Who killed the fiery red tree spirit? He then looked to his side. Yingyu and his junior brothers of the 100 Thunder sect were still there. Yunsheng and her magical beast were standing not far away. Yingyu and his junior brothers were all looking at Yunsheng with reverence. After asking, Ying Chuan already knew what had happened. "Miss Yunsheng, thank you for saving our lives. Yingyu, quickly come over and thank Miss Yun." Ing Chuan had already learned the truth from Ing Yu, so he wasn't particularly surprised. As he had guessed, Yun Sheng wasn't an ordinary person. It was just that Ing Chuan hadn't expected Yun Sheng to be able to kill the fiery red tree spirit on her own. What's there to thank? We weren't the ones who begged her to kill the fiery red tree spirit. If it wasn't for her, we would have been able to get the fiery red tree spirit's soul crystal long ago. Although Ing Yu had silently acknowledged Yun Sheng's strength in her heart, she still admitted defeat verbally and refused to thank Yun Sheng no matter what. She also felt somewhat resentful that Yun Sheng had deliberately concealed her strength. She and her senior brother Ing Chuan had spent a lot of time tracking down the fiery red tree spirit. If Yun Sheng hadn't offended the Thousand Hells sect, they might have already made their move tonight. Regardless of whether it was the underworld or the human world, there was a rule that whoever killed an ownerless magical beast or magical plant would get to keep the soul crystal. Moreover, the fiery red tree spirit was killed by Yun Sheng. If she really wanted to take the soul crystal, Ing Yu could only complain. She couldn't really snatch it, so she could only stare at the fiery red tree spirit from the side. Miss Yun Sheng, please forgive Ing Yu's rudeness. That soul crystal is really important to the 100 Hells sect. Do you think you can sell it to us at a high price? Ing Chuan also had a helpless expression. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't have made such an unreasonable request. However, the soul crystal was related to his master's life and death, so he could only thicken his skin and beg once. Chapter 1109. When Yun Sheng heard this, she knew that 100 Ren sect definitely needed this soul crystal. She wasn't a tyrannical person, so she was just about to ask Baby Sheep to hand over the soul crystal of the Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede. Who knew that when Baby Sheep heard this, he would stuff the soul crystal into his mouth with a huff? What a joke. Don't even think about taking away a soul crystal that has entered this world deity's pocket, Baby Sheep snorted. Why was he so stingy? If he really became a world deity, he wouldn't care about those large amounts of king-level soul crystals. However, this was a special time. He was a world deity waiting to be appointed, and he was in the territory of that smelly fart underworld deity. He had to speed up his cultivation so that he wouldn't lose face in the future. He would eat as many king-level soul crystals as he could find. Yun Sheng was very embarrassed. She was also speechless by Baby Sheep's willfulness. Ing Yu was so angry that her face turned red. The group of people from 100 Ren sect also showed angry expressions. Big brother Ing, I'm sorry. Baby Sheep is still young, Yun Sheng said helplessly. How about this, if we meet another Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede on the way, I'll hunt another soul crystal as compensation. Do you think you can hunt it just like that? The Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede is a very rare mutated demonic plant. Even in the Weiwu Forest, there aren't many of them. Without the soul crystal, my father's poison can't be cured. Ing Yu had been lying in ambush in the forest for half a month before she found traces of the tree centipede. Seeing that the soul crystal had been eaten by Baby Sheep, her eyes turned red. When Yun Sheng heard this, she immediately felt relieved. She had thought that the Scarlet Flame Tree Centipede was very important. Big brother Ing, Miss Ing Yu, what kind of poison has Sect Master Ing been poisoned by? Why don't you take me to have a look? I won't hide it from you. I'm a doctor, and I happen to have some miraculous medicines that can cure all kinds of poisons. The miraculous medicines Yun Sheng mentioned were naturally the water of life. The water of life from the immortal Holy Grail was useful against most poisons in the human world. Yun Sheng believed that it could also cure the underworld's poison. Even though the people from the Bailuan sect did not really believe that a young doctor like Yun Sheng could possess such brilliant medical skills, they could only rush to the Bailuan sect with Yun Sheng since they no longer had the Scarlet Fire Soul Crystal. On the other side, Thousand Hell Sect's Spiky Tiger, who had been ambushed by Yun Sheng, returned to the Thousand Hell Sect's headquarters in Jima province with injuries. The reason why Savage Cub was able to run amok in the Dongwei Gate was because he was uncle and nephew to the vice sect master of the Myriad Hell sect, Ci Lai. Every time the spiky tiger committed a crime, it would hand over a portion of its soul stones to Ci Lai. This time, Ci Lai was furious when he heard that Ci Lai had met with an accident and was defeated by the 100 Gate. Useless thing, you can't even beat those two little bastards, Ying Chuan and Ying Yu. Humph, but you don't have to worry. The 100 Thunder Gate doesn't have many good days left. Assassin revealed a sinister smile. Uncle, what do you mean? Are you saying that the sect master's injuries have healed? Wan Tianqiu, the sect master of the Thousand Hells sect, was similar in strength to the sect master of the 100 Gate. They were both intermediate martial gods. However, when the Thousand Hells sect launched a sneak attack on the 100 Gate, both Wan Tianqiu and Ying Hai were severely injured. Although Ying Hai was severely poisoned, Wan Tianqiu was also severely injured. Therefore, although the Thousand Hells sect had been suppressing the 100 Gate recently, they did not have the ability to annihilate the 100 Gate. The sect master is still in closed-door cultivation. However, this time, the two of us can kill that old fellow, Ying Hai, even without the sect master's help. Do you know why the juniors from the 100 Gate are in the Weiwu forest? That's because I bribed the people from the Magical Ability Pavilion and sold them a fake piece of information. As the vice sect master of the Thousand Inferno sect, Ci Lai was very shrewd even though he had just become a martial god. It would be fine if the juniors from the 100 Gate did not find the soul crystal of the great fiery scarlet tree sprite. However, if they did find the soul crystal, the same day next year would be the anniversary of Ying Hai's death. Men, go and keep an eye on the 100 Gate. As soon as we receive news of Ying Hai's death, we will immediately annihilate the 100 Gate. Without Ying Hai, the 100 Gate would undoubtedly be in Ci Lai's pocket. When he thought of the various treasures and properties in the 100 Gate, Ci Lai drooled. Seeing his uncle's confident face, the piercing tiger endured the pain and quickly flattered him, "Uncle, you are really astute and astute. I can't catch up to you even if I were to flatter you. I also have a request. The 100 sect has snatched a beautiful sorceress from me. If I destroy the 100 sect, I hope that uncle can reward me with that sorceress." When the piercing tiger thought of Yunqing's beautiful face and graceful figure, his heart itched as if a cat was scratching it. Useless. Look at you, you'll die in the hands of a woman sooner or later. She's just a female magician. Once the Thousand Hells sect becomes the biggest sect in Jimo region, I'll be able to get you even if you want a female ghost. Assassin's face was filled with disappointment. Just as the people from the Thousand Hells sect were lying in ambush near the 100 Gate, Ying Chuan left the Weiwu forest with Yun Sheng and entered Jima County. As one of the 8 major counties in the underworld, Jima County was the county closest to the East Wei Gate. Therefore, most of the humans gathered here. Yun Sheng looked at the bustling city gate and suddenly had the illusion that she was still in the human world. The 100 Gate was located in Jima City. When Yunqing entered the 100 Gate, she acutely sensed that there were a few strong auras lying in ambush near the gate. It seemed that there were still people concerned about the safety of the 100 Gate's leader. Master was ambushed during a routine inspection half a year ago. The other party used a vicious poison. We all suspect that it was the work of the Thousand Hells sect, but we don't have any evidence. Ying Chuan led Yun Sheng into the room of the 100 Gate's leader. A man in his 40s with a pale face was lying on the sickbed. When Ying Yu saw the man's appearance, she quickly went forward and said softly, "Father, I am useless." The soul crystal of the fiery red tree sprite was taken away. After saying that, she did not forget to turn around and glare at the baby goat on Yun Sheng's shoulder. The man did not care. He knew that the poison had already seeped into his meridians. Even the soul crystal of the fiery red tree sprite might not be able to save him. As long as his daughter and eldest disciple Ying Chuan were fine, he was satisfied. Ying Hai did not even have the strength to speak. However, he still noticed that there was a woman following behind Ying Chuan. That woman was not simple at all. When she entered the sect, even he, a martial god, could not see through her cultivation level. Moreover, there was a demonic beast squatting on her body. Sect leader Ying, I am the doctor that Big Brother Ying and Miss Ying invited. Please let me take a look at your condition. Yun Sheng did not dawdle. She directly walked forward and took sect leader Ying's pulse. After taking a look, she frowned and said, Big Brother Ying, sect leader Ying's poison is not ordinary. I need to examine it carefully. Please send your servants away. Also, set up a restriction around the room. Ying Chuan saw that Yun Sheng's expression was strange. He then looked at his master Ying Hai. Ying Hai was an understanding person. He nodded. Ying Chuan quickly followed Yun Sheng's instructions. Those who were supposed to work went to work, and those who were supposed to study went to study. It was the first day of work, and I felt like my whole body was as weak as noodles. Thank you for the tips and recommendation tickets. It's already the end of the month. If you still don't vote, I'll go rob you guys. Chapter 11:10. Soon, only the father and daughter of the Ying family, Yun Sheng, Ying Chuan, and the others were left in the room. Yun Sheng, how is my father's condition? Ying Yu could tell from Yun Sheng's expression that something was amiss. Yun Sheng glanced at Ying Yu coolly. Since this woman hadn't handed her over in the forest, she would tolerate her this once. Who told you that the scarlet fiery tree sprite's soul crystal could cure sect leader Ying's poison? Yun Sheng's voice was filled with a hint of murderous intent. With Yun Sheng's medical skills, it wasn't difficult for her to identify the poison in Ying Hai's body. However, when she was examining him, she discovered that the poison in Ying Hai's body was a very strong fire poison. If this fire poison was dragged out slowly, Ying Hai could live for 3 to 5 years before slowly dying of exhaustion. However, if she really did as Ying Yu and the others had said and found the scarlet fiery tree sprite's soul crystal to cure Ying Hai's poison, then the poison would definitely attack his heart and Ying Hai would die on the spot. The prescription was given by the Magical Abilities Pavilion. Could it be that there's something wrong with it? Ying Yu grew anxious. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You almost killed sect leader Ying. I can cure this poison, but I'll need about 3 days to completely cure it. Yun Sheng was in a bad mood. She ordered Ying Chuan to bring her a brush and paper. She scribbled a few words and wrote down a prescription. Yun Sheng had casually written down the prescription. They were all warm and nourishing herbs. However, at the end, Yun Sheng would add a few drops of the water of life. Even though they weren't in the mortal realm, Yun Sheng was still as cautious as ever. She didn't want to expose the fact that she possessed the immortal Holy Grail. You can really save father? You're not trying to extort us? Ying Yu still didn't quite believe it. She had treated Yun Sheng so badly in the past. She didn't really believe that Yun Sheng would be so magnanimous as to save her father. Get the medicine. Sect leader Shadow will definitely recover within 3 days. However, it's up to you whether you want to announce this good news to the public. Yun Sheng was too lazy to argue with Ying Yu. She had lived 2 lives. How could she not see that Ying Yu was hostile to her because of Ying Chuan? Please, she had lived 2 lives. Just dealing with Night Fox was enough of a headache. How could she have the energy to care about other women's jealousy? You, do as divine physician Yin says. Ying Chuan, spread the news that my condition has worsened in the next few days. Ying Hai had already sat up. Just now, when Yun Sheng was diagnosing him, he felt that a strange force had been injected into his pulse. For an expert like Ying Hai, when an external force entered his body, his first reaction would be to resist it. However, as a martial god, Ying Chuan discovered that he was unable to resist that strange force. Ying Hai was shocked. The feeling of powerlessness in his body lessened a lot in an instant. Soon, Hai discovered that the force was not malicious. After the force entered his body, he felt much more comfortable. His vital qi was like a moving needle as it circled around his body. In less than a quarter of an hour, he could feel that much of the poison that had been accumulating in his body had been removed. In addition, when Yunsheng had prescribed the medicine, she had said something meaningful. How could an old fox like the Shadow Sect leader, who had experienced great storms and waves, not understand her hidden meaning? Ying Chuan and Ying Yu had paid a great price to go to the Magical Abilities Pavilion to find the prescription for their own condition. However, they did not expect that the people of the Thousand Hells sect would secretly seize the opportunity. If it were not for the appearance of this stunning woman in front of him, he was afraid that he would have died in a daze this time. If he died, it was easy to imagine what would happen to the Hundred Thunder sect. "Father, you can move your body." Ying Yu was pleasantly surprised. However, she was immediately shocked by her father's warning. "Master, are you suspecting that someone is secretly plotting against you?" Ying Chuan also realized that something was wrong. Someone wants to take advantage of the situation to annex the Hundred Thunder sect. This time, I will definitely make them go for wool and come home shorn. A dark cloud covered Hai's face. Those scum of the Thousand Hells sect actually used such a sinister method. How could he, Hai, let them get what they wanted? Ying Yu helped Hai rest while Ying Chuan arranged a guest room for Yunsheng. After what happened with Hai, Ying Chuan's admiration for Yunsheng had long turned into reverence. He also knew that this woman, who looked younger than him and Ying Yu, was far superior to him and Ying Yu in terms of strength and intelligence. He did not dare to have any improper thoughts. "Big brother Ying, I have one more thing to ask. Previously in Weiwu Forest, you said that after the Phantasm Ghost King died, he was buried in a place called the Ghost King Cave. Where is the Ghost King Cave now?" Yunsheng was only halfway through her question in Weiwu Forest when she was interrupted by the piercing tiger. Just now, they had been rushing to see a doctor and she had not found a chance to ask Ying Chuan. The Ghost King Cave was a tomb that the Phantasm Ghost King built for himself on a whim when he was alive. Its location is very mysterious. For so many years, no one has known its whereabouts. If Miss Yun is interested, you can go to the Magical Ability Pavilion and ask. Perhaps the people there have a way to know the location of the Ghost King Cave. Ying Chuan told Yunsheng regretfully that he did not know the location of the Ghost King Cave either. After all, the Hundred Thunder sect was only a declining power in Jima County. Even the great powers of the underworld might not know the location of the Ghost King Cave. Not only the Hundred Thunder sect, but most of the sect experts and aristocratic families in the 8 counties of the underworld had been searching for the location of the Ghost King Cave after the death of the Ghost King. The Phantasm Ghost King's whereabouts were unpredictable. However, there were different opinions about his strength. His footprints were all over the human realm, the underworld, and even the god realm. Therefore, his ultimate techniques and treasures were even more innumerable. It was said that after he died, all of his treasures and martial arts were left in the Ghost King Cave. As long as one could enter the Ghost King Cave, it meant that in the foreseeable future, a character like the Phantasm Ghost King would appear on the continent again. Unfortunately, when the Phantasm Ghost King built the Ghost King Cave, he had already hidden the location of the Ghost King Cave. Since he had no descendants or relatives, the location of the Ghost King Cave became a case without any clues. It was the Magical Ability Pavilion again. It seemed that the original plan would not change. She still had to make a trip to the Magical Ability Pavilion tomorrow. Yunsheng thought to herself. The next day, Yunsheng woke up early in the morning. She inquired the people of the Hundred Thunder sect about the location of the Magical Ability Pavilion. Then, she brought baby sheep to the Magical Ability Pavilion. There were auction houses on the boundless continent, but there was no place like the Magical Ability Pavilion. According to Ying Chuan's description, the Magical Ability Pavilion was more like a spy agency in Yunsheng's impression. As long as one had money, one could buy any information. It was very likely that the location of the Ghost King Cave could be found in this information. Chapter 11:11. After Yunsheng stepped into the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, she suddenly remembered a very serious problem. That was, she did not have money. To be precise, she did not have the underworld currency, soul stones that could be used in the underworld. Previously, when she was in Weiwu Forest, Yunsheng had planned to obtain some soul stones as soon as possible in the forest. Who knew that she would be interrupted by the 100 Cloud clan, and she would not be able to obtain a single soul stone. Originally, she could have obtained a red fire soul crystal that should have been considered precious, but it had been swallowed by that miser baby sheep. Now, Yunsheng really did not have many soul stones on her. Even if she had not asked, Yunsheng could imagine with her toes that the price for such big news as the location of the Ghost King Cave would definitely be astronomical. However, since she was already here, Yunsheng could only brace herself and enter the Mystical Abilities Pavilion first. The moment she entered the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, Yunsheng discovered that the famous Mystical Abilities Pavilion in the underworld was an inconspicuous shop. Other than the signboard with the words, Mystical Abilities Pavilion, hanging on the door, the furnishings inside were no different from an ordinary pawn shop. The small shop was 10 square meters in size and did not have any goods for sale. There was only a tall counter, and behind the counter sat a shriveled old man who was currently dozing off. Yunsheng coughed softly a few times, and that old man's eyelids trembled. He opened his muddy old eyes and glanced at Yunsheng. "Excuse me, is this the Mystical Abilities Pavilion?" Yunsheng found it very difficult to associate the two words, mystical abilities, with this inconspicuous little shop in front of her. "Nonsense, of course this is the Mystical Abilities Pavilion. There is only one shop in the entire Jima Commandery. I am the shopkeeper of the Mystical Abilities Pavilion, Shinjizi. I know everything about the underworld from astronomy to ghosts and deities. Little girl, if you want to buy information, hurry up. The Mystical Abilities Pavilion only sells 10 pieces of information a day. We won't accept any overdue information." The shriveled old man who called himself Shinjizi narrowed his eyes, looking as if he was about to fall asleep at any moment. Shinjizi had white hair and a white beard, and he looked to be close to 100 years old. Yunsheng was afraid that he would fall asleep again, so she quickly said, "Old man, I want to know the whereabouts of the Ghost King Cave." When he heard the words Ghost King Cave, the corners of Shinjizi's mouth twitched. His originally drowsy expression immediately changed. His wrinkled old face immediately broke into a smile that resembled a chrysanthemum flower. "If you're here for information about the Ghost King Cave, then you've asked the right person. The Mystic Pavilion does have information about the Ghost King Cave, but it's not cheap. It costs 100 King-class soul stones." Shinjizi could almost hear the sound of a pile of soul stones ringing in his ears. In his eyes, Yunsheng had become a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. "Bah, bah. 100 King-tier soul stones. Old man, why don't you just go rob a bank?" Before Yunsheng could react, Baby Sheep, who was standing on her shoulder, almost fell off. If its master had 100 King-tier soul stones, it would go crazy with joy. This old man actually asked for King-tier soul stones right off the bat. King-tier demonic beasts were comparable to martial gods and saint-level Dharma kings. Even in the underworld, where demonic beasts were abundant, it was impossible to gather 100 King-tier soul stones in such a short time. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu from the 100 Thunder sect had spent half a month before they barely found the weakest King-tier Scarlet Fire Treant in the Wei Fog Forest. Hey, I was wondering why that little fat sheep on your back doesn't know how to watch its mouth. Be careful not to piss this old man off. I'll roast it and eat it. Little fellow, what your master wants to know is the Ghost King Cave. That's the place where the phantasm Ghost King's bones are buried. If you really enter the Ghost King cave, let alone 100 king-tier soul stones, even 10,000 would be a profit for you. The old man blew his beard and glared. Buy it or not, this old man just released the news last night. I haven't had time to sell it yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten a chance to buy it. Shinjizi rolled his eyes. He thought that a big fat sheep had come, but it turned out to be a penniless one. He said unhappily, if you don't have any soul stones, then get out. Don't disturb this old man's nap. After saying that, he unceremoniously kicked Yunxing out. Although Yunxing was not good at business, she and Tianyu were at least sworn brothers. How could she not see through the business people's faces and tricks? She dared to guarantee that even if she spent 100 king-tier soul stones to buy the news, this old man would sell it to 10 or even 100 people in a single turn. The Phantasm Ghost King was a person who was unpredictable. He was a restless person when he was alive. The Ghost King cave that he had designed for himself would definitely be filled with traps and dangers. If there was a large group of people exploring the Ghost King cave, the difficulty of finding the heart-distressed lantern would definitely increase greatly. However, this was a matter for the future. Before that, Yunxing still had to think of a way to gather the 100 soul stones. Helpless, Yunxing could only walk out of the mystical abilities pavilion and take stock of the valuable items on her. She practically emptied the beast language ring, but Yunxing only took out 67 9th-level soul stones. According to the conversion rate of soul stones used in the underworld and the human world, 100 9th-level soul stones were only equivalent to 1 king-tier soul stone. These soul stones were not even enough for 1 king-tier soul stone. Of course, there was another way, which was to barter. Yunxing's summoning demon's hand and immortal holy grail were divine artifacts. Even in the underworld, they were first-rate treasures. However, this was obviously not a good idea. Once the divine artifacts were exposed, Yunxing's journey to the underworld would definitely be filled with bloodshed. Without soul stones, she would not be able to use them as collateral. Yunxing calculated again. Even if she went all out to hunt king-tier demonic beasts, she would need at least a year to gather 100 king-tier soul stones. By then, the so-called news of her emerging from the underworld would become a daydream. The Ghost King cave would probably be emptied out by others. Moi, my dearest master, why don't we kill him and rob him? Moi did not learn the good things, but learned the bad things. It gestured with its fleshy wings and made a throat-slitting action. Although that old man does not have any magic or do-chi waves around him, he dares to take charge of the mystical abilities pavilion alone. He is definitely not simple. Yunxing had also observed the mystical abilities pavilion. The entire mystical abilities pavilion was not guarded. In Jima County, where the Thousand Yama sect, Hundred Cloud sect, and other factions were in great numbers, the mystical abilities pavilion could not be so simple. A powerful dragon would not fight a local snake. Yunxing did not want to become enemies with the mystical abilities pavilion. Moi, I got it. Dear master, you don't have a soul stone, but maybe the Qilin boy has one. Didn't you always say that the Qilin boy's things are yours? Baby sheep was worthy of being Yunxing's natal summoned beast. It was taught by Yunxing to be quite modern. Only then did Yunxing remember that Bo was right. Not long ago, her beast language ring had provided for the super-rich Yi Baiming. Chapter 11-12. That's right. She didn't have a soul stone, but that didn't mean that Yi Baiming didn't have one. Yunxing thought about it again. Although Yi Baiming was a quiet person, this guy was able to sneak away a large amount of purple gold ore when he was still a nosy prince. His net worth was probably much higher than hers. He had plundered countless people and magical beasts. In his early years, he had even specially killed blood cloud beasts on the mainland. Perhaps he had a soul stone on him. Bobo Sheep also specially reminded Yun Sheng that even if he didn't have a soul stone, the Qilin boy still had a lot of Qilin King's blood crystals on him. This was something that Bobo Sheep had heard about when it pestered Yi Baiming to ask for a king-level magical beast's soul stone. In terms of value, the value of a Qilin King's blood crystal and a king-level magical beast's soul stone could be calculated at a ratio of 2 to 1. It was a pity that Bobo Sheep couldn't absorb the Qilin King's blood crystal because of its physique. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been drooling over the king-level magical beast's soul stone. Yun Sheng followed the principle of shared property between husband and wife and released the gold coins without hesitation. Bobo Sheep's usual ideas were mostly bad ones. 9 out of 10 of them were unreliable. But this time, it had accidentally found the right path. Yun Sheng's current trouble could only be solved by Yi Baiming. As the former Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yi Baiming was sitting on more than 50% of the wealth of the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. In his early years, he was also the boss of the Wanlong gambling house. His net worth was more than Yun Sheng's. But what Yun Sheng didn't expect was that Night Fox didn't think so when she said shared property between husband and wife. This wasn't to say that Yi Baiming was stingy. It was just that he was a little depressed. Ever since he came to the underworld, Yi Baiming had been locked in the beast language ring by Yun Sheng because of the brand of a felon on his body. This trial lasted for several days. Among them, there was even a potential admirer, Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming saw everything clearly in the beast language ring. Even Yi Baiming had heard the old man Shinjizi's half extortion, half blackmail, half demand for 100 king-grade soul stones. Therefore, when Yun Sheng asked to borrow his soul stone, Yi Baiming pretended to make things difficult for her. Yi Baiming was different from the prodigal woman, Yun Sheng. When he entered the Qilin King's tomb, he also found a lot of Qilin blood crystals. It was just that Yun Sheng let her magical beasts take all the celestial fox blood crystals. Yi Baiming, on the other hand, used a special method to preserve all the Qilin blood crystals in the Qilin King's tomb. At Yi Baiming's current cultivation level, he already had the body of a Qilin. The Qilin blood crystals were of little use to him. It didn't matter whether he kept the Qilin blood crystals or not. But when he saw the longing look in Yun Sheng's eyes, he couldn't help but have the thought of teasing her. Night Fox, you can't be so stingy. Usually, when a man pursues a woman, he needs a token of love or something. Just give me those Qilin blood crystals. Yun Sheng pondered. Wasn't that how it was portrayed in ancient dramas? She suddenly realized that she didn't seem to have gained anything from Night Fox. She had kissed and slept with him. If she didn't get anything in return, wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? Dear Master, the Qilin boy said that it's no problem to give you the Qilin blood crystals. But a token of love is a matter of reciprocity. You have to give him something in return. Popping Sheep acted as a temporary translator. Stinky Fox, so stingy. What does he want in return? Yun Sheng was depressed. She flipped through her entire beast language ring and finally found something suitable to give to Yi Baiming. That was the heavy armor she got from the mixed blood elf weapon refiner Moke before she joined the mainland's elite magic caster camp. According to Moke, this armor was very suitable for demon warriors. Of course, the quality of the armor was not suitable for Yi Baiming now. Yun Sheng thought for a while and decided to refine the armor again before giving it to Yi Baiming. Her current elven hellfire could indeed raise the quality of her armor to a whole new level. After expressing her intention, Yi Baiming agreed and gave those Qilin blood crystals to Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng counted carefully and found that there were hundreds of King Qilin blood essences. She instantly beamed and kept all the Qilin blood crystals for her own use. The old man in the Divine Ability Pavilion, Shinjizi, was just about to continue dozing off when he heard a clattering sound. A cluster of sparkling soul stones flashed, and his sleepiness disappeared in an instant. King Qilin blood crystals that were comparable to king-level soul stones. Shenjizi narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the King Qilin blood crystals. As he looked, he clicked his tongue in wonder. It's actually a blood crystal condensed from the flesh of the King Qilin, who had the strongest physical body among the ancient Bakra orcs. I haven't seen such a pure blood crystal for many years. It's full of evil energy. It's really intoxicating. Hehe, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Miss, you can actually take out so many king-level soul stones at once. The shriveled old man laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. As long as you pay 200 Qilin blood crystals of the same quality, I will sell the map of the Ghost King's cave to you. Yun Sheng was very straightforward. She took out 200 Qilin blood crystals. Seeing this, Shenjizi hurriedly spread his hands and wanted to keep all 200 Qilin blood crystals. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach out, he heard a whoosh. An unknown pink object fell from the sky and crushed all the king-level Qilin blood crystals. Hey, you fat sheep! Move away! Shenjizi was anxious. Wait, old man. Before I buy the information, I also have a piece of information to sell to you. Yunxing blinked and smiled like a flower. Shenjizi felt a chill on his neck. He had a bad feeling about this. Who am I? I don't have any information. Why would I need you to sell me? Shenjizi pulled a long face. This little girl from the mortal world was very well informed. He, Shenjizi, dared to say that he was third in the underworld. As for the first and second. Hehe, there was no way. Hehe, old man Shenjizi, don't be in such a hurry to bite me to death. This information is neither big nor small. It concerns the reputation of the Magical Powers Pavilion. Didn't Senior sell a piece of information to the 100 Ren sect half a month ago? Yunxing asked with a smile. Her eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. Shenjizi's face twitched. The Magical Powers Pavilion's transactions have always been confidential. It's best that you don't ask who I sold the information to. Old man Shenjizi, selling information is naturally none of my business. But if the information you sold is fake, then it's a hindrance to me. After all, I have to spend 100 king-level demon beast soul stones to buy information about the Ghost King cave. If the information is wrong, wouldn't I have wasted my money? Yunxing mocked. Humph, buy it if you want. The Magical Powers Pavilion won't do business with you. Shenjizi, that old man, had some temper. He waved his hand and was about to send her away. Chapter 11:13. Shenjizi was certain that his deal with the 10,000 Yama sect was so secretive that it was impossible for this human and beast to know about it. Yunsheng had also expected Shenjizi to deny it. She gave the sheep a look and the sheep obeyed. The Magical Abilities Pavilion accepted bribes and colluded with the 10,000 Yama sect to frame the sect master of the 100 Ren sect, Ing Hai. Popping Sheep immediately jumped up and howled as it flew towards the door. It even started to shout loudly. Shut up! Don't make a fuss. Shenjizi didn't expect Yunsheng to do this. His face immediately turned red. Shenjizi was an old scoundrel. He didn't expect to meet Yunsheng and the sheep who were even more scoundrels than scoundrels today. Popping Sheep was used to being lawless, and its loud voice was not inferior to its crying. If it continued to shout for a while longer, it was guaranteed that the entire Silent Ink City would know about the collusion between the Myriad Yama sect and the Abilities Pavilion. Shentongzi's face was red with anger. His originally sleepy eyes suddenly changed. His body flashed strangely, and like a hunting eagle, his 5 fingers turned into golden hooks and grabbed at baby sheep. Bubbling Sheep looked plump and fluffy, but its movements weren't slow. Its pink figure jumped and bumped about in the small Divine Secrets Pavilion. Shenjizi actually couldn't catch it. The scariest thing was that the Popping Sheep's strength was astonishing. With every bump and jump, the shop was in shambles. There were holes everywhere. If this continued, before he could catch the sheep, his mystique pavilion would be torn apart. Shinjizi was extremely vexed. He could tell that the pink demonic beast wasn't an ordinary demonic beast. He probably couldn't catch up to its speed. Shinjizi sighed inwardly. He had been blinded by greed. One day, he accidentally got drunk and accepted money from Ci Lai from the 10,000 Yama sect. He helped Ci Lai once by selling him fake information. In the end, he fell into someone's trap. Stop. Tell your demonic beast to stop. This old man can't take it anymore. Tell me, what do you want? Shinjizi's face was ashen. Only now did he realize that this man and beast from the mortal world were not as simple as he thought. She originally wanted to blackmail Yunsheng, but in the end, she was caught by her. Senior Shinjizi, please don't worry. As long as you tell me the truth about the Ghost King Cave and promise that you won't leak the secret of the Ghost King Cave in the future, I will keep this secret. I won't give you any less than 1 Qilin blood crystal. Yunsheng knew that when dealing with people like Shinjizi, she had to be careful. She couldn't force him into a corner, but at the same time, she had to give him an appropriate amount of sweetness. Only by relaxing and relaxing could she ensure that Shinjizi would cooperate with her happily. As expected, after hearing Yunsheng's conditions, Shinjizi's gloomy face turned bright. He immediately returned to his previous smiling face. Don't worry, don't worry. This old man promises you that after I take your soul stone, I won't sell the information to a third party. The clues about the Ghost King Cave will definitely be true. Only then did Yunsheng pass the Qilin blood crystal to Shinjizi. After Shinjizi checked it, he cleared his throat. As for the specific location of the Beast King Cave, this old man has already drawn a map. As long as you follow the map, you'll be able to find the location of the Ghost King Cave. Shinjizi handed a hand-drawn map to Yunsheng. Yunsheng looked at it. The Ghost King Cave indicated on the map was located at a place called Ghost Water Stream. Ghost Water Stream was different from Jimo region, which was right next to Dongwei Gate. It was right next to Shiwei Gate, which was also the underworld. It was the place with the most Yin souls. However, little girl, seeing that you're as cunning as this old man will also tell you an additional clue. Don't worry, this clue is free of charge. There's a demonic beast waiting outside Ghost Water Stream. That demonic beast used to be the Netherworld Ghost King's mount. It's said to be a demigod-rank demonic beast. You have to think carefully. Shinjizi advised from the side. Many thanks for Senior Shinjizi's reminder. This one must go to Ghost Water Stream. You just have to remember our agreement. We'll meet again someday. After Yunsheng received the map, she left the Divine Ability Pavilion. After Yunsheng left, Shinjizi happily placed the 200 Qilin blood crystals into a huge chest. There were already a large amount of soul stones inside. If one looked carefully, there were at least several tens of thousands of them. Hee, it's just enough for 100 people. Little girl, this old man has kept our agreement and will not release any more information. However, the information that has been sold in the past 20 years will not be included in this list. In the underworld, only the two of you dare to bargain with this old man. Ghost Water Stream is not that easy to enter. I hope you'll be lucky enough to come back alive. After Yunsheng and Baby Sheep received the news of the Beast King Cave, they returned to the 100th Thunder Gate. Just as they arrived at the gate, they saw Yu giving instructions to a few disciples. When she saw Yunsheng, Yu's expression became a little strange. After dawdling for a long time, Yu walked up and said bashfully, "Thank you for saving my father. However, I still don't like you." The poison in Hai's body was almost completely removed. Only now did Yu know that Yunsheng was really an amazing physician. Thinking about her attitude towards Yunsheng, Yu couldn't help but feel guilty. The reason why Yu disliked Yunsheng was because she had always been secretly in love with her senior brother Chuan. When she saw that Ying Chuan had feelings for Yun Sheng, she couldn't help but feel jealous of Yun Sheng. However, Yun Sheng just smiled. Ying Yu's temper reminded her of her good friend Dong Huangling, her. She was a typical person who clearly distinguished between love and hate. All of her likes and dislikes were written all over her face. It was also because of this that although Yun Sheng was offended by Ying Yu a few times, she still couldn't hate Ying Yu. Miss Ying Yu, I think I should clarify with you that I have nothing to do with your senior brother Ying. I'm already married. Ying Yu was stunned. She looked at Yun Sheng with a face full of disbelief. She could clearly see that Yun Sheng's hairstyle was obviously that of an unmarried woman. Besides, if she really had a husband, why would she come to a place like the underworld alone? Seeing that Ying Yu didn't believe her, Yun Sheng let Dollar out and told Ying Yu about her and Yi Baiming. Ying Yu was confused. She looked at Dollar, who was standing beside Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng was obviously a human, and Dollar was obviously a magical beast. The two of them, but at the same time, Ying Yu saw something unusual in Dollar's eyes. Although Dollar didn't speak, his eyes were always on Yun Sheng. Ying Yu couldn't be more familiar with that gaze. Because she had always been looking at senior brother Ying Chuan with the same gaze. The doubt in her eyes and the jealousy in her heart gradually disappeared. Ying Yu couldn't help but be moved by the relationship between Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming. Only then did the two of them bury the hatchet and become familiar with each other. Yun Sheng took the opportunity to ask about Jima Prefecture and the underworld. Chapter 11-14. Between Yun Sheng and Ying Yu, after the former enmity was buried, they quickly became familiar with each other. Once they started chatting, there was a lot to talk about. Women were really strange creatures. A moment ago, they were shouting to kill each other. Now, they were acting like best friends. Dollar, who was lying on one side, comfortably rested his head on Yun Sheng's lap and rolled his eyes. Perhaps Ying Yu felt guilty for misunderstanding Yun Sheng earlier, so she patiently answered Yun Sheng's questions one by one. Actually, I've always been curious. Didn't they say that everyone who was exiled to the underworld would have a punishment brand on them? Why don't you and brother Ying have any? Yun Sheng had noticed this when she met Ying Chuan and Ying Yu. Not only Ying Yu and Ying Chuan, but Yun Sheng also found that many people didn't have any punishment brand on them after entering Silent Ink City. Not everyone from the underworld has a punishment brand on their body. Only the humans who were exiled to the underworld from the mortal world have a punishment brand on them, Ying Yu said as she stole a glance at Dollar, who was beside Yun Sheng. Looking at the punishment brand with the word 1000 on Dollar, Ying Yu's heart still palpitated a little. If Yun Sheng hadn't said that Dollar was her husband, Ying Yu would have stayed far away from such a felon who had been slaughtered by thousands. After Ying Yu's explanation, Yun Sheng learned that there were several kinds of people in the underworld. One kind was like Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming, who were exiled from the mortal world. Another kind was the descendants of the humans who were exiled to the underworld in the early years. The last kind was the natives of the underworld, the Nether clan. Ying Yu and Ying Chuan belonged to the second kind. Their ancestors were exiled to the underworld because of some mistakes. Then they got married and had children in the underworld. They didn't have a punishment brand on them. In the underworld, they were second-class people. The exiled criminals belonged to the lowest class of citizens. As for the first-class citizens, they were naturally the natives of the Netherworld, the Netherworld race. For example, the world deities of the underworld belonged to the Underworld clan with the noblest bloodline in the underworld. PFFF, Bo Bo, who was secretly drinking tea at the side, spat out a mouthful of tea. Bullshit Netherworld clan. Popping Sheep's face was full of dissatisfaction. Under Yun Sheng's sharp glare, this fellow finally calmed down. Ying Yu also told Yun Sheng that the Nether clan status had always been unshakable. As the second and third class citizens, the descendants of criminals and exiles were always bullied in the underworld. Hundreds of years ago, the convicts who were exiled here had to serve as laborers, and the descendants of the convicts had to pay heavy taxes every year. This situation only improved when the Phantasm Ghost King appeared. The Netherworld Ghost King isn't from the Netherworld clan, but he doesn't look like a human either. Thinking back to the Taiyuan ruins, when the Netherworld Ghost King had an enchanting appearance that was different from a human's, Yunxing raised her doubts. To be exact, no one knows the origins of the Netherworld Ghost King. Some say that he was a human, while others say that he was a fallen god. However, no matter what, his appearance changed the situation of the underworld to a large extent. He led the 4 great counties, including the Jima County, to break away from the rule of the underworld deity, allowing the descendants of the human race and the convicts to obtain freedom and equality. It's a pity that he has fallen. When speaking of the Netherworld Ghost King, Yingyu's face was full of reverence. In fact, most of the descendants of the human race and the convicts were very grateful to the Netherworld Ghost King. It's a pity that he died. Hearing Yingyu's words, Yunxing's attitude towards the Phantasm Ghost King improved. She was even more curious as to who was able to kill the Phantasm Ghost King. It seemed that she had to quickly study the terrain of the Ghost Water Stream and explore the Ghost King Cave as soon as possible. Seeing that Yunxing had sunk into deep thought, Yingyu's eyes flashed with an unspeakable secret. She had already heard from senior brother Yingchuan that Yunxing's purpose in coming to the underworld was to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Yingyu seemed to want to tell Yunxing something, but hesitated. Yingyu, Miss Yun, you're both here. Sect Master invites you in. Yingchuan walked out and was very surprised to see Yunxing and Yingyu, who had previously disliked each other, chatting happily. When he saw the demonic beast beside Yunxing, Yingchuan's expression suddenly changed and he pulled out his weapon. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. That's Yunxing's demonic beast. Yingyu saw that Yingchuan's expression had changed and couldn't help but laugh. A demonic beast that could slaughter 1,000 people. Yingchuan's face was a mix of red and white. If Yunxing also had such a ferocious beast by her side in the Weiwu forest, forget one spiky tiger, even 10 spiky tigers wouldn't be enough to defeat her. However, with such a powerful ferocious beast, the sect master's plan would probably proceed much more smoothly. Yingchuan led Yunxing, Jin and Yingyu into Sect Master Ying's room. Sect Master Ying's complexion looked good. He believed that the poison in his body had almost fully recovered. He also heard Yingchuan explain Jin Ni's background. Hearing that, Sect Master Ying's face lit up with joy. Miss Yun, I won't hide it from you. I invited you here today to ask for your help. Help me eliminate the people from the Thousand Hells sect tonight. Ying Hai was naturally a courageous and resourceful person since he could become the sect master of 100 Ren sect. In addition, he had received Yunxing's advice and was already on his guard against the Thousand Hells sect. Earlier, he pretended to ask Yingchuan and Yingyu not to reveal that he had fully recovered from his illness. On the contrary, he purposely created an illusion that his poison had worsened. Ying Hai secretly ordered people to keep a close eye on the Thousand Hells sect's movements. After some observation, they indeed discovered that the Thousand Hells sect spies had been lurking near 100 Ren sect for the past few days. I've already asked around. The person who framed me this time is the vice sect leader of the Thousand Hells sect, C.I. Lai. He planned to take advantage of the fact that the sect leader of the Thousand Hells sect is in closed-door cultivation to launch a surprise attack and annex the 100 Ren gate tonight. If Miss Yun hadn't appeared at the market, I'm afraid I would have been killed by them this time. When Ying Hai said this, the veins on his forehead throbbed. He was extremely angry. Yingyu and Yingchuan beside him were also filled with righteous indignation. Sect Master Ying, you want me to help you? Sect Master Ying, Yunxing is just a passerby. She helped you to treat your illness because she wanted to repay Big Brother Ying's favor. Since the favor has been repaid, 100 Ren sect and I don't owe each other anything. To Yunxing, killing someone like C.I. Lai was just a piece of cake. However, the Thousand Hells sect was a large sect in Jima County after all. Yun Sheng wasn't willing to get herself into big trouble because of this. Right now, she only wanted to get to Ghost Water Stream as soon as possible. Ing Chuan and Ing Yu listened anxiously from the side. However, the two of them didn't want to force Yun Sheng to stay. This old man also understands this point very well. However, if I'm willing to help Miss Yun enter the Ghost King cave smoothly, will Miss Yun agree to help me eliminate the Thousand Hell sect? Ing Hai had already guessed Yun Sheng's answer and suddenly asked. Chapter 11:15. Although Ing Hai had only met Yun Sheng by chance, he had seen countless people and had long seen that Yun Sheng had wisdom and steadiness that did not match her appearance. Yun Sheng was a person who would respect others tenfold if they respected her. However, it was not so easy to get her to work for the Thousand Hell sect. As expected, Yun Sheng rejected him immediately. Sect Master Ing, are you threatening me? I've already found out the whereabouts of the Ghost King cave. I don't need your help. Yun Sheng's voice became colder. She hated being threatened the most. If not for the sake of Ing Chuan and Ing Yu, she would have left immediately. You already know the whereabouts of the Ghost King cave. You've been to the Superpowers Pavilion. A strange expression appeared on Ing Hai's face. Master, I was the one who asked Miss Yun to go to the Superpowers Pavilion. She came to the underworld to find the Netherworld Ghost King. Ing Chuan was a straightforward person. When he saw his master threaten Yun Sheng, he also felt somewhat indignant. Sigh, it's my fault for not telling you clearly earlier. Miss Yun, you must have also fallen for that old fox Shinjizi's trick and bought this map at a high price. Ing Hai shook his head and took out a map. When she saw the map, Yun Sheng's expression was as ugly as it could get. That map was the same one she had obtained from Shinjizi earlier. It was the same map and also the Ghost Water Stream. That old man Shinjizi had clearly promised her that he would not sell this map to others. Moreover, Ing Hai had just woken up. It was impossible for him to obtain the map so quickly. Then, the only explanation was, there's no need to look at it. This map is the one you obtained. I believe that the same map is in the hands of the 100 Hell sect, the 1000 Hell sect, the Jima Commandery, and the other major forces in the 8 commanderies of the underworld. Ing Hai could not help but sigh. He had also heard from Ing Chuan that Yun Sheng had come to the underworld to find the whereabouts of the Netherworld Ghost King. He had just told Yun Sheng that he had purchased this map from that old fox, Shinjizi, about 10 years ago with a large sum of money. As for the other major forces, they had also obtained the same map from Shinjizi in the 20 years after the Phantasm Ghost King's death. This matter had long been an open secret among the major sections. However, because the old man Shinjizi had more or less grasped some secrets of the major sects, no one dared to find trouble with Shinjizi. However, this map was also kept in the hands of the various major powers. Everyone's thoughts were the same as Yun Sheng's. They wanted to enter the Ghost King cave and obtain the Ghost King's relics or inheritance. So you're saying that we've all been tricked by Shinjizi? Yun Sheng suppressed her anger. That damned Shinjizi actually dared to blackmail her. That might not be the case. This map shouldn't be fake. After this old man obtained this map, I secretly made a trip to the Ghost Water Stream. This old man is certain that there is a demigod-rank magical beast in the Ghost Water Stream. For a demigod-rank magical beast to be in charge of guarding the Ghost King cave, Ing Hai said. Ing Hai also told Yun Sheng that although the major powers of the underworld 8 counties all had this map in their hands, not a single one of them had successfully entered the Ghost Water Stream in the past 20 years, let alone obtain the Ghost King's inheritance. This was because the demigod-rank magical beast was extremely powerful. None of the major powers had been able to kill it. Even a martial god-rank warrior or a magic god-rank magician might not be able to defeat that magical beast. It was also because of the existence of that magical beast that the Ghost Water Stream had not been breached. If that's the case, why did Sect Master Ing say that you can help me enter the Ghost King cave? Yun Sheng heard something unusual from Ing Hai's tone. If Ing Hai really had the confidence to help her enter the Ghost King cave, she could even help him destroy the entire Thousand Hell sect, let alone a mere Ci Lai. Miss Yun, don't worry. As long as you help the 100 Ren Gate overcome tonight's crisis, I can guarantee that you will definitely be able to enter the Ghost Water Stream. As for whether you can find what you want, it will all depend on your luck. Ing Hai knew that he had persuaded Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng pondered for a moment and finally chose to cooperate with Ing Hai. After Yun Sheng discussed with Ing Hai and the others, they quietly waited for midnight to arrive. The people from the Thousand Hell sect had walked right into the trap. It was night, but the inside and outside of the Bailuan gate were no different from any other day. Around the time of the Z there were many shadows coming out from the alleys around the Bailuan gate like shuttles of arrows. Ci Lai was dressed in black. Beside him, the vice sect master of the Thousand Hell sect, Ci Lai, stared at the silent 100 Ren gate with bright eyes. Uncle, look at the 100 Ren gate. Is that old fellow Ing Hai really dead? Ci Lai and his nephew had been paying close attention to the 100 Ren gate for the past few days. According to a reliable source, Ing Yu and Ing Chuan had already returned from the Wei Fog Forest. The two of them had already brought back the soul crystal of the fiery red tree spirit. That old fellow Ing Hai must have fallen into their trap. Even if Ing Hai did not fall into our trap, he has been poisoned for half a year. He is already at the end of his rope. If you and I attack together, we will definitely be able to kill him. Ci Lai laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, nearly 100 disciples from the Thousand Hell sect quietly approached the 100 Ren gate. Ci Lai and his nephew found Ing Hai's room without any trouble. There was only a dim illumination magic formation in the room. Ing Hai was lying on the side of the bed. They could only vaguely see his curled-up silhouette. That old man is on the verge of death. Let me be the good guy and send you on your way. Tully raised his palm and gathered his do chi. A whistling sound could be heard as his do chi tore through the air and flew towards the bed. Ci Lai was already a martial god. His opponent was not prepared for this attack. Even if Ing Hai was not injured, he might not be able to dodge this sneak attack. Just as Ci Lai's palm landed on the back of Ing Hai, who was lying on the bed. Suddenly, the figure on the sickbed that was as still as a volcano suddenly moved. A terrifying beast roar pierced Ci Lai's eardrums. The golden beast's eyes seemed to light up the entire room. Its sharp claws were as fast as lightning. Ci Lai only felt that his head was still on his shoulder a moment ago. In the next second, his head fell to the ground. It was so fast that he did not even feel any pain. Before his consciousness completely disappeared, Ci Lai saw his headless body being pounced on by a demon beast that was glowing with a blinding golden light. The demon beast's body seemed to be made of gold. Under the dim illumination of the magic formation, it shone brightly. On its back, the word Qian was branded. What a beast, this was the only thought that flashed through Ci Lai's mind. Then, everything fell into darkness. He was dead. On the last day of February, thank you for voting, recommending, and gifting. If you don't vote now, school will start soon. There will be more updates in March. Chapter 11:16. Midnight was the quietest and darkest time of the day. Ing Hai, Ing Yu, and Ing Chuan, who had been waiting in the dark for a long time, attacked the Thousand Hell sect not long after they infiltrated the 100 Ren gate. Yu, sniped them from the dark. Ing Chuan, cut off their escape route. Ing Hai, who had just recovered from his illness, had a glint in his eyes. A wolf shadow spear appeared in his hand and charged into the crowd. With a roar, the battle chi in his body burst out, and in an instant, countless spear shadows were thrust out. Blood splattered everywhere the spear shadows passed. Ing Yu and Ing Chuan were also doing well. Ing Chuan held 2 sabers in his hands and a sharp fighting aura appeared on his sabers. Wherever his sabers passed, it was as if he was cutting vegetables. Yu remained calm and kept shooting arrows with her magic bow. After becoming friends with Yunsheng, she had received some guidance from Yunsheng. Now, she had improved a lot in her magic bow and arrow skills. The 100 or so thousand Hell Sect elites that Ci Lai had brought with him were swept away by the 100-cloud gate in less than 10 minutes, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This is great. Father, how long has it been since we last felt this good? Yu gritted her teeth and her face was flushed. Ever since her father was poisoned and the 1,000 Hell Sect rose, the 100 gate had been suppressed badly. Today, she had killed to her heart's content. Master, why is there no movement in the room? Can Miss Yun really handle it alone? Ying Chuan looked worried. Earlier, Yunsheng had agreed to form an alliance with Ying Hai to eliminate the 1,000 Hell Sect's attack. Yunsheng had even suggested that she should deal with Ci Lai and his nephew alone. Although they had a rough idea of Yunsheng's strength, they couldn't help but have some doubts. Ci Lai was a martial god. If he fought head-on, he should be in a fierce battle right now. The three of them walked out of the room. The surroundings were silent. Could it be? Something must have happened. The door creaked open. Yunsheng walked out with a calm expression. In her right hand, she was carrying a frightened person. It was the spiky tiger. Looking at the ground, it was covered in blood. Ci Lai was already lying on the ground with his head separated from his body. Cub was already paralyzed with fear. Dead? Ying Hai's eyes narrowed. I'll leave this guy to you guys. Yunsheng tossed the spiky tiger to Ying Hai. As for the interspatial pouches on Savage Cub and Ci Lai, she had already looted them without hesitation. This was also the reason why she volunteered to kill Ci Lai and Ci Hu. As the vice sect master of the 1,000 Hell Sect, Ci Lai possessed a considerable amount of wealth. Yunsheng now had 300 king-class soul stones, as well as some land deeds and shops in Jima County. Ying Hai searched Ci Lai's corpse and found that Ci Lai's storage bag was gone. He knew that Yunsheng had taken it, but he didn't say anything. As for Cub, Ying Hai didn't kill him immediately. After interrogating him, he locked him up. Sect Master Ying, I've already helped you defeat the 1,000 Hell Sect's ambush. According to our agreement, you should tell me how to enter Ghost Water Stream and avoid the demigod-level demonic beast. With Yunsheng's current strength, if she worked with Dollar and the other demonic beasts in the Beast Speech Ring, they might be able to defeat the demigod-level demonic beast. Especially since she had 3 divine beast totems with her. At the last moment, the divine beast totems might be able to fight, but Yunsheng could only summon them once. She didn't want to use them unless she had no other choice. Miss Yun, you don't have to worry about that. This old man is a man of his word. To tell you the truth, this old man has been monitoring the whereabouts of that demigod-rank demonic beast for so many years. Finally, this old man discovered a secret. This demigod-level demonic beast has been stuck at the demigod level for 20 years. It's finally going to break through. In about 5 days, it will attempt to break through to the god level. Ying Hai told Yunsheng about his discovery. Break through to the god level. Yunsheng understood what Ying Hai meant. Whether it was demonic beasts or humans, the moment they broke through to the god level was when they were at their weakest. Ying Hai wanted Yunsheng to sneak into the Ghost King cave during the limited time the demigod-level demonic beast was breaking through to the god level. This method is feasible. Yunsheng thought about it. Although it was a little risky, it was the safest method if the timing was right. However, there's one more thing. Since I was able to discover the demigod-level demonic beast breaking through to the god level, the other forces of the underworld must have also discovered it. Moreover, I will also sending you and Ying Chuan to the Beast King's cave this time. Ying Hai had only agreed to help Yunsheng enter the Beast King's cave, but he did not give up the opportunity to enter the Beast King's cave. The temptation of the Ghost King Cave was too great. The Beast King Cave was built by the first Ghost King of the underworld. It was rumored that the Ghost King had chosen the Ghost Water Ravine because the Ghost Water Ravine had a special terrain that allowed it to contain a large amount of dark energy. For mages and warriors living in the underworld, this dark energy could speed up their cultivation. Ing Hai didn't mind, but Ing Chuan and Ing Yu were still young. If they could seize this opportunity to enter the Ghost King Cave, even if they didn't obtain the Ghost King's inheritance and magic weapons, the dark energy in the Ghost King Cave would be enough to benefit them greatly in the future. Ing Hai's plan was also the plan of the other forces of the underworld. The various forces of the underworld had spent a lot of money to buy Shinjizi's map. Naturally, they wouldn't give up any chance to enter the Beast King Cave. They must have already discovered this pattern. These people had waited bitterly for 20 years and finally got this chance. They would definitely fight to enter the Beast King Cave. Therefore, Yun Sheng's trip to the Beast King Cave this time was still very dangerous. What the master brings in depends on the individual. How much we can gain in the Ghost King Cave will depend on our own abilities. Yun Sheng admired Ing Hai's frankness. Therefore, she agreed to go to the Ghost Water Ravine with Ing Yu and Ing Chuan. Vice sect leader Ci Lai had been killed, and more than 100 disciples had been surrounded. This time, the Thousand Hells sect had suffered a great loss. The next day, the Thousand Hells sect leader, Wan Tianqiu, received the news. Ing Hai, you old bastard. Wan Tianqiu knew that Ing Hai had recovered from his poison and had even plotted against the Thousand Hells sect. Anger was stuck in his heart, and he couldn't do anything about it. Sect leader, are we going to bring our brothers to fight to the death with the 100 Ren sect? The people from the Thousand Hells sect were indignant. A fight to the death is inevitable, but not now. Wait until I return from the Ghost King Cave. I will definitely massacre the 100 Ren sect. Just as Ing Hai had said, Wan Tianqiu also sent people to closely monitor the demigod-level demonic beasts' movements at the Ghost Water Ravine. He had also received a secret report that the demigod-level demonic beast would soon break through to the god level. Chapter 11-17. In the underworld palace, a man stood tall and straight. He wore a purple-gold divine robe, and his long black hair fell to his waist. Lord World Deity, in the past few days, the major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld have been secretly rushing towards the Shiwei Gate, a skeleton soldier reported. You may leave. Under the man's handsome eyebrows, a sharp light flashed through his slender eyes. After the skeleton soldier retreated, he flipped his palm, and a crystal ball appeared in his palm. On the crystal ball, a beautiful female magician was mixed in with the crowd. On her back, there was a lazy pink magical beast with a sleepy face. The Ghost King Cave. After waiting for so many years, he finally came. The world deity of the underworld disappeared, leaving behind an empty underworld palace. In another part of the underworld, near the Shiwei Gate, Yun Sheng and the people of the 100 Thunder sect were hurrying day and night. Achoo! Vomiting, that uncomfortable feeling came again. Dear Master, I have a very bad premonition about this place. The sheep's wool stood on end, and the strange feeling of being watched came again. The sheep's black beady eyes kept turning. What was wrong? Why did it feel that the closer they got to the Shiwei Gate, the more uneasy it felt? The sheep thought about it carefully. Yes, it must be because they were getting closer and closer to the underworld palace. This feeling was as if that guy who was spitting would appear by their side at any time. Yun Sheng, Ing Yu, Ing Chuan, and the others led a dozen disciples of the 100 Thunder sect to the Ghost Water Stream. The Ghost Water Stream is close to the Shiwei Gate. The evil aura in this area is much stronger than in other places. You're probably not used to it, Ing Yu said. Ever since Yun Sheng and Ing Yu had buried the hatchet, she liked the sheep more. After all, the sheep had a cute face that could make a woman's heart flutter. However, the sheep was very proud. Other than Yunsheng and Jin and I, no one else could touch it. After witnessing the sheep's strange strength that night, you didn't dare to provoke it. Speaking of which, are there really ghosts around the Shiwei Gate? What's the difference between these ghosts and humans? Yunsheng was most curious about the ghosts at the Shiwei Gate. Before coming to the underworld, Yunsheng had always thought that she would see ghosts everywhere in the underworld. Before Yunsheng transmigrated to the boundless world, she was a typical atheist. But after coming to the boundless world, her worldview was overturned. On the continent, there were indeed many inconceivable things. However, ever since she came to the underworld, she hadn't seen a single ghost. After asking around, she found out that the ghosts from the human world who couldn't reincarnate were brought to the underworld. In order not to disturb the order of the underworld, they were brought to the Shiwei Gate and imprisoned forever. Unlike the East Wei Gate, the West Wei Gate wasn't actually a gate but a magical stone tablet. It was an enormous devil-suppressing stone tablet. It was said that it was 3,000 meters tall and 500 meters wide. There were countless names of ghosts engraved on it. No one knew who built the devil-suppressing stone tablet, but the existence of the underworld depended on it. The devil-suppressing stone tablet was already there. Since the devil-suppressing stone tablet existed in the underworld, countless ghosts from the human world were brought to the underworld and sealed in the stone tablet hundreds of thousands of years ago. In the end, they were sealed in the devil-suppressing stone tablet. Most of these ghosts were resentful spirits from the human world. If they stayed in the underworld for too long, they would definitely become resentful spirits and cause a storm of blood in the underworld. However, if used properly, they could be used to support the dark energy of the underworld and provide an endless supply of energy for the entire underworld. Therefore, this devil-suppressing stone tablet was the most important place that supported the entire underworld. Therefore, the Shiwei Gate was the most heavily guarded place in the entire underworld. The underworld palace was guarded by a large number of underworld soldiers. The Ghost King Cave was located at the Ghost Water Stream, which was only 50 miles away from the Shiwei Gate. The outside world also suspected that the reason why the Netherworld Ghost King built the Ghost King Cave at the Ghost Water Stream was not only to absorb the dark energy of the devil-suppressing stone tablet, but also to demonstrate his might to the underworld deities. The ghosts of the Shiwei Gate cannot be reincarnated. They will forever remain in the Shiwei Gate's magic array until their souls dissipate. Speaking of which, they are quite pitiful. Ingyu had once been near the Shiwei Gate. She only saw an enormous stone tablet that reached the clouds. Near the stone tablet were 4 underworld deities, underworld winged demonic beasts. Inside the stone tablet, ghostly wails and howls could be heard day and night, imprisoning countless ghosts. It's a pity that we have to hurry to the Ghost Water Stream. Otherwise, I would be interested to take a look at the Shiwei Gate. Yunsheng was very curious about the devil-suppressing stone tablet. On their way to the Ghost Water Stream, they met many people from other powers. It seemed that the news of the demigod-ranked demonic beasts breaking through had already spread to everyone's ears. The people from the 100 Ren Gate and Yunsheng traveled day and night. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the Ghost Water Stream. However, in order not to alarm the demigod-ranked demonic beasts, the various powers had set up camp 10 miles away from the Ghost Water Stream. Yunsheng, look, even the people from the Thousand Hells sect are here. Moreover, they are led by that old man, Wan Tianqiu. Ingyu noticed that there were dozens of disciples from the Thousand Hells sect near the Ghost Water Stream. From Ci Hu, Ingyu and the others already knew that the sect master of the Thousand Hells sect, Wan Tianqiu, was in seclusion. They didn't expect him to come out of seclusion so early for this trip to the Ghost King Cave. Yunsheng secretly sized up Wan Tianqiu. Compared to Ci Hu, Wan Tianqiu's figure was more burly. His cultivation should be around the middle stage of the martial god realm. Wan Tianqiu also noticed Ingyu and the others. Sect Master, it's those bastards from the 100 Ren Gate. The blood feud between the Thousand Hells sect and the 100 Ren Gate had long been formed. When the people from both sides saw each other, their eyes turned red with anger. They couldn't wait to tear each other into pieces. Wan Tianqiu's eyes were also red with anger. However, compared to the disciples from the Thousand Hells sect, Wan Tianqiu was more cautious. At a glance, he noticed that although there weren't many people from the 100 Ren Gate, there was an unfamiliar face among them. That was Yun Sheng. What made Wan Tianqiu even more surprised was that there was a golden demonic beast beside Yun Sheng. It was branded with heavy punishment. What an evil beast! Even Wan Tianqiu, who had done many evil deeds in the underworld, couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he saw the evil dollar. Wan Tianqiu had previously wondered how Cihu, and the elites from the Thousand Hells sect could be killed by that old fox, Ying Hai, in one night. Now that he saw dollar, Wan Tianqiu suddenly understood. It was obvious that the female sorcerer and the ferocious beast were behind this. If he wanted to attack the people from the 100 Ren Gate, he would have to kill that woman and the beast first. Chapter 11:18. Although the 100 Cloud Gate and the 10,000 Yama sect's forces were filled with undercurrents, no one was willing to lose their strength at a time like this when the demigod rank magical beast was about to break through and various forces were vying for the Ghost King Cave. Whether it was Ying Chuan, Ying Yu, or that old man Wan Tianqiu, they only had one thought in their minds. The real battle would only begin after they entered the Ghost King Cave. Yun Sheng also thought that compared to Wan Tianqiu, the exploration of the Ghost King Cave this time was more about the other factions. Yun Sheng secretly paid attention to the other factions that came from the 8 counties of the underworld. They were stronger than the 100 Ren sect and the 1000 Inferno sect. Some of them had even reached the peak of the martial god realm. In comparison, the few major forces of Jima Prefecture seemed insignificant. After getting a general idea of the strength of each faction, Yun Sheng and Ying Yu began to survey the terrain of the Ghost Water Stream. The Ghost Water Stream was originally a stream. The water that flowed here was black in color. The flow of the water was not strong, but it flowed all year round. The stream was about 5 miles long, winding and deep. Aside from the demigod-level demonic beast that was about to break through, there were also a large number of dense demonic plants growing near the Ghost Water Stream. Among them, the most annoying one was a demonic plant called the Throat Arrow Tree. This demonic plant would shoot out a large number of sharp thorns at the slightest movement. A person would be turned into a pool of blood if they were touched by the thorns. Moreover, they had to be wary of the valley jellyfish that might suddenly appear in the stream. This type of jellyfish could shoot out a very powerful large-scale ice magic that could freeze a person in an instant. That's the general situation. Looking at the signs, the demigod-level demonic beast hasn't broken through yet. Ying Yu and Ying Chuan chose an open area with a good view 5 miles away from the Ghost Water Stream to set up camp. Night fell. In order not to alarm the demigod-level demonic beast, none of the factions dared to use magic formations or bonfires. They only ate some cold dry rations. Around midnight, a commotion came from the direction of the Ghost Water Stream. An angry cloud suddenly appeared in the originally pitch-black sky. The roiling clouds were like a ball of raging flames, and also like a stormy sea. If one listened carefully, one would be able to faintly hear the rumbling of thunder within the roiling clouds. From this, one could tell how frightening the might contained within the roiling clouds was. It's the heavenly lightning of darkness that only appears when the divine beast of darkness breaks through. Both inside and outside the tent, there was an uproar. Yun Sheng and Ying Yu also came out of the tent. Yun Sheng had encountered several lightning tribulations. The first time was when the 9-leaf purple ginseng had evolved into a divine spiritual herb. The second time was when second uncle Yun Sanglang had broken through to the martial saint rank. The last time was when grandfather Yun Ba had broken through to the martial saint rank. In comparison, each of the recent advancements was grander and grander. All living things in the world had their own opportunities. Compared to plants, humans, and magical beasts, plants were the weakest, so the scale of their lightning tribulations was also the smallest. The physical strength of humans was between plants and magical beasts, so the power of their lightning tribulations was also in the middle. Magical beasts were a very special existence in the world. They had the strongest physical strength, but correspondingly, the difficulty of their cultivation was also the highest. This was especially so in a place like the underworld. Magical beasts that had broken through to the divine beast of darkness had committed many evil deeds throughout their lives. Therefore, the lightning tribulations they encountered during their breakthroughs were bound to be the most powerful. The power of the heavenly lightning of darkness was not to be underestimated. If it succeeded, that demigod magical beast would break through the bottleneck of the divine realm. However, if it failed, that demigod magical beast would be consigned to eternal damnation, and its soul could only be used to add a portion of dark energy to the demon-subduing stone tablet. The appearance of the angry cloud meant that the demigod magical beast was about to break through to the divine realm. This was also the best time to sneak into the Ghost King cave. Look! It's that demigod magical beast! Someone cried out in surprise. From the depths of the Ghost Creek in the valley, a beast roar that made one's bones hurt could be heard. The silhouette of a magical beast that was the size of a hill rushed out from the rocky waters of the Ghost Creek. Only then did Yun Sheng see the true appearance of that magical beast. It was an arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros. This kind of battle rhinoceros was a special kind of dark magical beast of the underworld. It was born to cultivate both magic and martial arts. Not only did it possess a terrifying dark do chi, but it could also use powerful dark magic. With such an arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros guarding the Ghost Creek, it was equivalent to having a demigod warrior and a demigod magician at the same time. It was no wonder that the forces of the underworld's 8 counties were unable to break through the Ghost Creek in the past 20 years. Although the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had appeared, no one dared to rashly approach it. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was a demigod magical beast. It had already gained human senses, and it also knew the power of the heavenly lightning of wrath. It roared, and a dark brown magic array appeared under its cumbersome body. Pieces of heavy armor that looked like gold and stone immediately condensed on its skin. Everyone opened their eyes wide, waiting for the first heavenly lightning of darkness to fall. Rumble. The heavenly lightning of wrath, which was several times thicker than an arm, struck the thick armor of the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros with a violent force. The power of the heavenly lightning of darkness fell. Even though the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had already used magic to defend itself, the magic armor made a few cracking sounds, and cracks appeared on it. Blood seeped out from the cracks. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros felt a heart-wrenching pain. Even so, it endured and waited for the second heavenly lightning of darkness to fall. Now's the time. Sneak into the Ghost Creek. When the major forces saw this, they were all overjoyed. They quickly rushed toward the Ghost Creek. Yun Sheng, Yin and Ing Chuan looked at each other. There's no hurry. Let's wait for a while and see what happens. Yun Sheng shook her head. Although Yin was secretly anxious, she remembered that before they left, her father had repeatedly told her that after entering the Ghost Creek, she had to listen to Yun Sheng's orders. She could only suppress the excitement in her heart and wait at the side. Wan Tianqiu was one of the first to rush into the Ghost Creek. He had already occupied an excellent position and led several disciples into the depths of the Ghost Creek. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was still waiting for the second heavenly lightning of darkness. Wan Tianqiu saw an opening. He and the disciples of his sect leaped a few times and swept past the rhinoceros's field of vision. In order to avoid the rhinoceros, the people of the Wanyama sect all walked along the banks of the Ghost Creek. When they sensed the movement of the grass in the wind, the howling arrow trees that were half a man's height on both sides of the bank shot out black shadows. The black shadows were stained with the stench of blood and were extremely sharp. Wan Tianqiu had already anticipated the power of the howling arrow trees, so he came prepared. With a roar, the fighting aura in his body suddenly exploded. The might of a martial god was not to be underestimated. An indestructible wall of fighting aura formed around him. The thick fighting aura instantly shattered the sharp, poisonous thorns. Chapter 11:19. Wan Tianqiu's fighting qi was so strong that the arrows, which were extremely poisonous in the eyes of others, were nothing to him. After his successful attack, his subordinates took out their celestial weapons one after another. There was a flash of fire. The throat arrow trees were most afraid of fire. Once they encountered the fire, the throat arrow trees shrank into a ball. Seeing that Wan Tianqiu had succeeded, the other forces followed suit. Soon, 2 fire snakes appeared on both sides of the ghost water stream in the deep valley. Countless throat arrow wood, under the effect of the fire snakes, were set ablaze and burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed half of the ghost water stream. In front of them was a vast stream with unknown depth. Martial gods like Wan Tianqiu didn't care about the ice arrow jellyfish. The fighting qi in his body formed a fighting qi armor on the surface of his body. Wan Tianqiu took the lead and flew up like an eagle. Following him were the leaders of the major forces. In an instant, 8 or 9 martial gods flashed across the surface of the ghost water ravine. Under the stream, there was a commotion. Countless valley jellyfish emerged from the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of icy blue water arrows shot out from under the water. The water arrows turned into ice arrows as soon as they entered the air. Those disciples with weaker cultivations were caught off guard and were hit by several ice arrows. They immediately turned into ice men and fell into the stream, smashing their bodies and bones into pieces. The martial gods, on the other hand, were at ease. As they flew, the dou qi in their bodies protected them so that not even a drop of water could leak out. While using their battle energy to protect their bodies, they also aimed their fists at the location where the water arrows were shot out from. Their battle energy drilled into the water and blasted those ice arrow jellyfish into smithereens. Seeing that Wan Tianqiu and the others were about to cross the stream and enter the deepest part of the ghost water stream, Yu and the others, who had been waiting by the side, became anxious. Yunsheng. Why don't we take action? If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they will break into the Ghost King cave. Yunsheng looked calm, but Yu was already very nervous. There's no hurry. The best part is yet to come. My big gift hasn't appeared yet. Yunsheng chuckled. When Yu and the others heard this, they all frowned, not understanding the meaning behind Yunsheng's words. Only Kissing Sheep and Dollar knew what their master, Wild Cat, meant. Bo, I mourn for all of you. That devil-subduing stone tablet of the underworld really benefited you for nothing. There will be a few more vengeful spirits. Bo Sheep laughed evilly. Not long after Yunsheng finished speaking, there was another wave of fluctuation in the ghost water stream. Everyone was shocked. They had already killed a large number of ice arrow jellyfish, why was there another wave? Suddenly, the expressions of Wan Tianqiu and the others changed drastically, because they had acutely sensed that the ripples coming from the bottom of the stream were not ordinary ripples. Suddenly, all the water from the ghost water stream was sucked into the air, forming 4 magical waterfalls in the front, back, left, and right. The water vapor from the waterfalls was dense, blocking the heroes inside the waterfalls. The power of the magical waterfalls was not to be underestimated. With such an obstruction, even Wan Tianqiu and the others were unable to break through the magical waterfalls. The scale of this magical waterfall was not something that could be created by ordinary ice arrow jellyfish. Everyone was faintly uneasy. Aside from the demigod rank arrowtail battle rhinoceros, could it be that there were other powerful magical beasts in the ghost water stream? What kind of monster is this? Wan Tianqiu looked at the stream and saw that the water was converging towards the center of the stream. A terrifying unknown dark magical plant drilled out from the bottom of the stream. Its size was about the same as the arrowtail battle rhinoceros, but its body was covered with countless tentacles. Each tentacle was tens of meters long. That magical plant was none other than King Anemone abyssalis, which Yunsheng had obtained from the bottom of the Penglai Sea. When Yunsheng had made a contract with King Anemone abyssalis, she had promised that as long as she was alive, she would definitely bring King Anemone abyssalis with her when she went to the underworld. When Yunsheng had made the promise, she did not know that she would really come to the underworld one day. She did not expect that she would really come to the underworld. The underworld was not very useful to the other magical beasts on Yunsheng's body. However, it was the best environment for King Anemone abyssalis to live in. Especially this ghost water stream, which was a place of extreme ease that was selected by the Ghost King. It also had a water source. For King Anemone abyssalis, it was the best place to fight. When Yunsheng had arrived at the ghost water stream, she had already made up her mind. There were many powerful forces in the 8 counties of the underworld, and there was no lack of martial gods among them. If these people all entered the Ghost King cave, it would undoubtedly be more difficult for her to find the Heart Distress Lantern. However, if she wanted to use the magical plants and jellyfish in the ghost water stream to obstruct these experts, it was obviously unrealistic. Therefore, when she was surveying the terrain, she had quietly placed King Anemone abyssalis in the beast language ring into the water. King Anemone abyssalis was a tyrant in the vast Penglai Sea. Needless to say, it was only a small stream. While waiting for the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros to break through to the god level, King Anemone abyssalis had already taken control of all the ice arrow jellyfish in the ghost water stream. When the raging thunder cloud arrived and the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros started to break through to the god level, the heroes could not help but rush into the ghost water stream. Yunsheng first secretly manipulated King Anemone abyssalis to order the ice arrow jellyfish to create the illusion that they could not withstand a single blow. Only when the leaders of the powerful forces had entered the depths of the stream did she let King Anemone abyssalis launch a surprise attack. Indeed, without knowing that there was a Peak King level magical plant hiding in the ghost water stream, Wan Tianqiu and the rest were caught off guard. The situation that was originally firmly under the control of the powerful forces became abnormally dangerous in the blink of an eye. King Anemone abyssalis' magical waterfall blocked the hero's path. Wan Tianqiu activated the fighting energy in his body and attacked King Anemone abyssalis. "Beast, why aren't you retreating?" Wan Tianqiu was like a cannonball as he approached King Anemone abyssalis. A streak of fighting energy struck one of King Anemone Tentacle's tentacles. King Anemone Tentacle's tentacles were cut off and flew out. Seeing this, Wan Tianqiu was overjoyed. But at the same time, a new tentacle suddenly grew out from King Anemone Tentacle's wound. The more it was cut off, the more tentacles grew out. This scene caused the faces of the powerhouses who were fighting endlessly to change. But this was only the beginning. What happened next caused the faces of the heroes to turn pale. King Anemone Tentacle let out an ear-piercing screech. There was another magical fluctuation beside it, and a large number of small Anemone abyssalis appeared. Welcome to the monthly votes party. Chapter 11:20. For the past 20 years, the people of the major factions had been coveting the Ghost King cave. Their surveillance of the ghost water stream was much more than that of the sect master of the 100 Thunder sect. Even the number of arrow trees and frost arrow jellyfish, as well as their approximate locations, had been thoroughly investigated. But they never knew that there was such a terrifying magical plant in the ghost water stream. The magical plant's body was surging with dark magic. Its strength had reached the peak of King Realm, only a step away from Demigod Realm. It might not be as strong as the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros, but its vitality was more tenacious. They saw King Anemone abyssalis and a large number of little tentacle sunflowers floating around it. Although it was only a Peak King Realm magical plant, due to the environment, Anemone abyssalis was like a fish in water in the ghost water stream. With the support of the ghost water stream, its magical waterfall had an astonishing regenerative ability. Even those martial god realm experts couldn't use their fists and legs because their hands and feet were bound by the magical waterfall. Seeing that Anemone Abyssalis could summon a large number of little tentacle sunflowers that were comparable to 9th-rank magical plants, the people of the major factions in the magical waterfall couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Damn! What the hell is this? Not only did it have a powerful regenerative ability, it could also summon little tentacle sunflowers that were just as strong. Where did Anemone Abyssalis come from? Why had they never heard of such a strange magical plant in the ghost water stream? Compared to the magical plant in front of them, the scarlet flame tree trunks in the misty forest were nothing. Although Ying Yu and Ying Chuan were far away, they could see everything clearly. Seeing the strange appearance of King Anemone Abyssalis, the two trembled with fear. At the same time, they secretly rejoiced that they didn't rashly enter the ghost water stream. Otherwise, if the martial god realm experts couldn't kill this magical plant in a short time, wouldn't their lives be in danger? However, Ying Yu and Ying Chuan couldn't help but wonder how Yun Sheng knew that there was such a powerful magical beast in the ghost water stream. Little sunflower is very impressive, huh? Humph, it can only show off in a place like ghost water stream. On land, you can't even compare to a single strand of hair from this world god, Bobo Sheep snorted. To be honest, when he saw the abyss tentacle sunflower in the limelight, he really felt a little itchy. He couldn't wait to go up and trample on that group of martial gods. However, the main character would always appear at the end. It was better to let a small character like Little Kue Kue charge first. Hearing what Popping Sheep said, Ying Chuan and Ying Yu were dumbstruck. Could it be that the terrifying aquatic magical plant was also Yun Sheng's summoned beast? This was too inconceivable. When had Yun Sheng done something in the dark? The two of them looked at Kissing Sheep, then looked at Dollar, and then looked at King Anemone Abyssalis in Ghost Water Stream, who had forced the heroes into a daze. There was only one thought in their minds. Wasn't this too monstrous? A magical beast that could talk wasn't enough. A ferocious beast that could slaughter 1,000 people wasn't enough. She actually had a summoned beast that was comparable to a demigod magical plant. It seemed that their understanding of Yun Sheng was only the tip of the iceberg. No wonder Father said that after reaching Ghost Water Stream, they had to listen to all her orders. Perhaps only by following Yun Sheng would they be able to enter the Ghost King cave smoothly. The number of summoners in the underworld was much fewer than in the boundless land. Ying Yu and Ying Chuan had met a few summoners before, but those people could only control one magical beast. They had never seen anyone who could control multiple magical beasts so easily like Yun Sheng. They had never seen anyone like her. While the two of them were lamenting, there was only one thought in their minds. Fortunately, they weren't Yun Sheng's enemies. Otherwise, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Yun Sheng didn't pay attention to the reactions of Bobo Sheep, Ying Yu, and the others. She was staring at the magical waterfall. Master, I can't hold on for much longer. Please pass through quickly. Anemone Abyssalis's voice sounded in her mind. Don't be in a daze. It's almost time for us to enter the Ghost King cave. Yun Sheng didn't let joy get to her head. Although King Anemone Abyssalis was powerful, it was still impossible for her to trap more than 10 martial gods. Moreover, as time passed, the magical waterfall's effect on Yun Tianqiu and the others would be greatly weakened. Yun Sheng understood that they had to enter the Ghost King cave before the heroes broke through. As soon as Yun Sheng's voice fell, Ying Yu, Ying Chuan, and the others' spirits were lifted. They had waited bitterly for this moment for the whole night. Yun Sheng and the dozen or so hundred Thunder Sect disciples were like arrows piercing through the air, shuttling back and forth as they swept toward Ghost Water Stream. Thanks to Wan Tianqiu and the others, who had cleared out the devil plants near Ghost Water Stream earlier, Yun Sheng and the others entered as if there was no one there. Nearly an hour had passed. Due to the large number of martial artists and magicians killed, the originally azure magic waterfall had gradually turned dark red. It was like two bloody waterfalls, firmly trapping the major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld. Strange tentacles constantly shot out from all directions of the waterfall. The weaker disciples were killed on the spot. The Thousand Inferno sect's situation wasn't much better. Wan Tianqiu had the urge to vomit blood when he saw his disciples being killed one after another. This time, he had entered the Ghost King cave and picked the most promising opponents in the sect. He hadn't expected to encounter these deadly devil plants. In less than an hour, most of his disciples had been killed. The loss this time was probably even more disastrous than Ci Li's failure to annihilate the Hundred Thunder sect. Wan Tianqiu was about to go mad with anger. What made Wan Tianqiu even more depressed was that, he suddenly heard a few puff, puff, puff sounds beside his ears. Looking over, he saw a dozen figures passing through the magic waterfall in an instant. After seeing their faces clearly, Wan Tianqiu's eyes turned red. They were from the Hundred Thunder sect. The unfamiliar female magus in the lead, Ing Yu, and Ing Chuan, and the rest of the group all charged through the magic waterfall without using a single spell or battle skill. Their movement techniques were very fast, like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, they swept into the depths of Ghost Water Stream and disappeared without a trace. Seeing them leave smoothly, Wan Tianqiu suddenly understood. Damn it! This was set up by the devil plants and the people from the Hundred Thunder sect. No wonder the people from the Hundred Thunder sect didn't make a move. Hundred Thunder sect, Wan Tianqiu, will definitely kill your entire sect until even chickens and dogs can't rest in peace. Wan Tianqiu gnashed his teeth in anger. However, he immediately thought that there was simply no one in the Hundred Thunder Gate who had the ability to control such a powerful demonic dark plant. In the end, there was only one possibility. That devil plant didn't belong to the Hundred Thunder sect, but it belonged to that female magician. Chapter 11:21. Seeing that the people from the Hundred Ren clan had disappeared without a trace, Wan Tianqiu quickly came up with an idea. Everyone! Please listen to me. This demonic plant was secretly ambushed by those scoundrels from the Hundred Ren clan. If we don't cooperate, we'll lose our best chance to enter the Ghost King cave when the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros completes its god-level breakthrough. Wan Tianqiu was also an ambitious person. Under such circumstances, he did not let anger get to his head. Instead, he immediately came up with a plan. Wan Tianqiu's previous attacks did not have much effect on the magic waterfall. However, he noticed that after several attacks, the magic waterfall still showed signs of weakening. Especially just now, after Yun Sheng and the people from the Hundred Ren clan passed through the waterfall, the power of darkness in some parts of the waterfall had weakened a little. As long as they gathered the power of all the major forces and launched a concentrated attack on the few weak spots, they would definitely be able to defeat the magic waterfall. Wan Tianqiu's words implied that he wanted to turn hostility into friendship and join forces with the experts from the 8 counties of the underworld to break through the magic waterfall. The experts from the 8 counties of the underworld were all clear-headed. They also knew that if they were still in a state of disunity, the Ghost King's inheritance and various treasures in the Ghost King cave would most likely be divided up. The real treasures and wealth of the Ghost King were still in the Ghost King cave. It would not be too late to settle any grudges after entering the Ghost King cave. Immediately, Wan Tianqiu and the other 7 selected martial gods joined forces and activated the battle energy in their bodies at the same time. They formed groups of 2 and launched a unified attack on the weak spots of the magic waterfall. 8 experts in the martial god realm. With such a lineup, no matter if they were in the underworld or the boundless land, the ordinary word, terrifying, was not enough to describe it. In fact, when the 8 martial gods released their battle energy at the same time, the momentum was enough to collapse the mountains and split the earth. The battle energy in their bodies all exploded and was replaced by 8 powerful battle energies. The sound of water on the magic waterfall stopped flowing at that moment. A powerful energy fluctuation. Wan Tianqiu and the others roared at the same time, break. Several battle energies rushed out from the magic waterfall. The combat aura was like a torrent formed after a torrential downpour. It was like 8 ferocious tigers coming down the mountain, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they attacked the magic waterfall. Countless small abyssal sea anemones were torn into pieces by the fighting aura torrent. The magic waterfall exploded, and the entire ghost water stream was filled with a loud noise. The moment the magic waterfall exploded, Yun Sheng and the others who were already in the depths of the ghost water stream also heard the loud noise. Everyone also understood that the magic waterfall that had obstructed the various major forces had been broken. Yun Sheng just frowned slightly, but there was not much difference on her face. When Yun Sheng gave the order to Anemone Abyssalis, she had already made it clear that they only needed to keep the enemy occupied and kill as many of their subordinates as possible. If he was no match for the enemy, he would quickly escape. As expected, Anemone Abyssalis followed Yun Sheng's order. As soon as the magic waterfall was broken, he disappeared without a trace with the tentacle sea anemones. This was also something she had expected. Yunsheng, Yingyue and the others had already entered the depths of the ghost water stream a step ahead of the other experts. More than a dozen figures flashed and disappeared in a flash. It would take at least a quarter of an hour for the people behind to catch up. A quarter of an hour might seem short, but it was more than enough for Yunsheng. Anyway, she only wanted to enter the Ghost King cave to find the Heart Distress Lantern. With the 8 Barons' divine artifact in hand, it should not be difficult to find the Heart Distress Lantern. Look, it's the Ghost Water Stream. Ying Chuan exclaimed in surprise. At the end of the Ghost Water Stream was a messy river bank. At the bottom of the river bank, there was a cave. This cave looked very scary. A large number of ghost fires floated around it. The outside of the cave was shaped like a ferocious Yiksha head. The entrance to the cave was at the Yiksha head's mouth. A strong evil aura was emitted from the cave. Inside the cave, a black, cold, evil wind blew out from time to time. The evil wind was bone-chilling. Everyone could only circulate their fighting aura and magic power to barely stabilize themselves in the evil wind. After entering the cave, we must be extremely careful. This Ghost King cave is very likely to have a large number of traps and even ambushes. Although Yunsheng, Yingyu, and the others had arrived at the entrance of the Ghost King cave, everyone's expressions were very nervous. The Netherworld Ghost King was a great ghost genius of the Netherworld. He had a strange temperament and was temperamental. The way he did things was also both good and evil. Since he chose the Ghost King cave as his tomb, he must have guessed that there would be outsiders who coveted the wealth in the Ghost King cave. If they wanted to obtain his inheritance and wealth, they would have to go through a lot of hardships. Just as Yunsheng, Yingyu, and the others were preparing to enter the Ghost King cave to investigate, Yunsheng's eyelids twitched. Dollar's golden eyes immediately lit up. His strong limbs exerted force and he protected Yunsheng under his body. Then he raised his head and let out an angry roar towards the sky. Behind him, a sharp wind assaulted them. Everyone, get down. Yunsheng immediately warned. Yingyu and the others quickly came back to their senses and quickly crouched down. The rhinoceros horn was like an iron nail as it shot towards everyone. The rhinoceros horn was as hard as purple gold and could directly penetrate the body of a martial saint expert. 300 or 400 Thunder Sect disciples who didn't have time to dodge had bloody holes appear on their bodies. They bled profusely and died on the spot. Yunsheng's first reaction was to check on Dollar's condition. Because Dollar had tried to protect her, there were a few wounds on his body. Fortunately, they were only light injuries. Yingyu and Ying Chuan were filled with grief and indignation. When they looked back, they saw the demigod-level arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros glaring at them fiercely. Why was it here? It turned out that the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had to go through at least 3 dark heavenly thunders in order to break through to the god level. However, When the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros was going through the tribulation, those flea-like humans invaded its territory and set the stream on fire. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros also felt that another powerful demonic beast's aura had appeared in the stream. Demonic beasts, especially those that had reached the king level and above, had a stronger sense of territory than humans. In anger, the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros dodged the heavenly thunders and turned around to kill those damned intruders. It was worthy of being a ferocious beast that cultivated both magic and martial arts. Even though the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros had suffered heavy injuries from the heavenly thunders, its attack power was still very strong. After shooting out a large number of rhinoceros horn spikes, it tore several hundred Thunder Sect disciples into pieces in the blink of an eye. The 100 Thunder Sect's people had been reduced from the original dozen to 5 or 6 in an instant. Moreover, time was passing by slowly. If they didn't leave soon, the other forces from the 8 counties of the underworld would arrive soon. The arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros roared and an even more terrifying magic fluctuation formed under its feet. It was about to launch a new round of magic attacks. Chapter 11:22. At this time, Dollar landed in front of Yunsheng, turned his head, and growled at her. "Dear master, the Qilin boy said you guys go first, he'll bring up the rear. Let him deal with this ugly rhinoceros," Popping Sheep reminded Yunsheng. "Let Dollar deal with the arrow-tail rhinoceros." Yunsheng looked troubled. She didn't want to be separated from Yi Baiming. There were many traps in the Ghost King cave. If they were separated, there would be many variables. But Yunsheng also understood that now wasn't the time for romance. She could feel several powerful fighting auras coming here. If they delayed any longer, Wan Tianqiu and the others would arrive. Once Wan Tianqiu and the others arrived, the situation would become more complicated. Yunsheng looked at Dollar again. Dollar's golden eyes flashed, as if to say, "Trust him." A silent tacit understanding passed between the two. Yunsheng nodded heavily. Without hesitation, he signaled Yu and Chuan behind him with his eyes. Then, he led the last few disciples of the 100 Thunder Sect and rushed into the Ghost King cave like an arrow leaving the bow. For dozens of years, the Ghost King cave had been guarded by it. Those ant-like humans dared to break into the Ghost King's holy land and disturb the Ghost King's peace. Seeing them enter the Ghost King cave, the arrow-tail rhinoceros rushed forward, wanting to stop them. Several biting cold claw winds flew out. The claw winds were extremely ferocious. Even the arrow-tail battle rhinoceros, which had thick skin and rough flesh, felt a burst of burning pain wherever the claw winds passed. In the ghost water stream, the demigod arrow-tail rhinoceros was the absolute ruler. Who would have thought that its ruling position would be challenged again and again? The arrow-tail rhinoceros's ugly face was full of anger. The arrow-tail rhinoceros roared at Dollar, but Dollar didn't move. Dollar's contempt made the arrow-tail rhinoceros even angrier. In terms of size, the arrow-tail rhinoceros was like a moving hill. In its eyes, Dollar was just a little bigger than an ordinary dark fire leopard. Looking at its body again, there were no excessively powerful dark energy fluctuations. Behind the arrow-tailed battle rhinoceros, its half-a-meter-long tail stood up. It was as if several archers had raised their bows at the same time, and the rhinoceros horn shot out. Whoosh whoosh in the darkness of the night, the rhino spikes were like countless daggers. They carried a murderous aura as they surrounded Dollar. Dollar's gold eyes flashed with mockery. Regardless of whether he was a human or a member of the Qilin clan, Yi Baiming had an arrogant and unruly blood flowing in his veins. What a joke! How could he hurt him with such a weak martial arts skill? If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect the little wild cat just now, this beast wouldn't even be able to touch its fur. Like an agile cat, Dollar's body moved quickly, dodging the rhino spike again and again. Although Dollar was dodging, his eyes never left the arrow-tail rhinoceros. What Dollar was most worried about was that the rhinoceros had already completed its thunder trial. If that was the case, it would be difficult to deal with. But after taking a closer look, Dollar found that although the rhinoceros aura was stronger than before, it still hadn't reached the god level. Dollar's heart calmed down a little. As long as it hadn't reached the god level, Dollar was confident that he could kill it. Seeing that Yun Sheng and the others had already gone deep into the Ghost King cave and had disappeared, Dollar's golden eyes sharpened. He looked at the rolling clouds in the sky. The rhinoceros had been fighting for so long, but its strength hadn't weakened at all. It was worthy of being a demigod existence. If he fought it head-on, he would have to expend some effort. It couldn't be bothered to fight with this stupid fellow. Maybe he could use the power of the thunder to completely annihilate this big guy. Dollar already had an idea. He first roared at the rhinoceros and jumped into the sky. The arrow-tail rhinoceros wasn't going to sit still and watch Dollar escape. It roared and followed Dollar. Not long after Dollar and the arrow-tail rhinoceros left, a cold gaze shot down from the sky above Ghostwater Creek. The old man with white hair and beard, Shinjizi, stood in the dark and watched the two beasts disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. If Yun Sheng or the other factions of the 8 counties of the underworld saw this person, they would have attacked him. This was because he was Shinjizi of the Magic Pavilion, the man who had caused this situation. Looking at the Ghost King cave, Shinjizi stroked his white beard. His eyes shone with suspicion. I didn't expect that little girl to be so capable. She is the first one to enter the Ghost King cave. What a shame that she is going to die at such a young age. After saying this, Shinjizi's body flashed. He also flew into the Ghost King cave. On the other side, Dollar was leading the arrow-tail rhinoceros into the sky. Just as the arrow-tail battle rhino pounced, the angry cloud in the sky suddenly swallowed and spat out a bolt of dark heavenly lightning. It turned out that Dollar had pretended to run away. He was actually leading the arrow-tail rhinoceros to deal with the second dark sky thunder. The dark sky thunder had been accumulating power for a long time. When the second dark sky thunder came down, its power was shocking. The dark sky thunder hit the arrow-tail rhinoceros. The arrow-tail rhinoceros was in pain, and it screamed in agony. It had already been hit by 2 dark sky thunders. The second one was much stronger than the first. But what surprised Dollar the most was that after the second bolt of dark sky thunder, the arrow-tail rhino was still alive, even though it was in a terrible state. Its armor had been shattered by the dark sky thunder. The power of the dark sky thunder was indeed extraordinary. Its skin was cracked, and it was bleeding. The arrow-tail rhinoceros looked as if it had just been pulled out of a pool of blood. Its eyes were red, and its white teeth were shining. But if one took a closer look, they would find that the dark sky thunder had only scratched the surface of its skin. What was worse was that after the arrow-tail rhinoceros took the second dark sky thunder, there was a layer of pale gold light in its broken flesh. If that layer of light merged with the arrow-tail rhinoceros bones and flesh, the arrow-tail rhinoceros body would become even stronger. Oh, no. I overdid it. If the third dark heavenly thunder doesn't kill it, I'm afraid this demigod-class monster will become a god. Dollar had a clear idea of what was to come. The dark sky thunder was called the dark sky thunder. The first dark sky thunder refined the skin. The second dark sky thunder refined the blood and bones. The third dark sky thunder refined the soul. The arrow-tail rhinoceros was enraged, and it had taken the second dark sky thunder. If the third dark sky thunder was hit, the arrow-tail rhinoceros seemed to have realized this as well. At this moment, it no longer wanted to chase Dollar. Instead, it jumped up and ran toward the angry cloud. It was obviously going to take the third dark sky thunder. It is a shame that you met me. Today, you will die even if you don't. Dollar's golden eyes turned cold. Chapter 11:23. Angry clouds rolled in the sky. The third dark heavenly thunder broke through the clouds and headed straight for the arrow-tail rhinoceros. The arrow-tail rhinoceros felt as if it had reached the moment of its breakthrough. But at this moment, a golden magic array suddenly appeared beside the angry clouds. Under the effect of the golden magic array, the black clouds that were originally as black as mud were instantly dyed with a layer of gold. The clouds churned even more violently. Another bolt of golden lightning shot out from the clouds. That bolt of lightning merged with the third heavenly thunder of darkness that had already formed, forming a super heavenly thunder of gold and black colors. It hung above the arrow-tail rhinoceros's head like a golden and black greatsword. The arrow-tail rhinoceros's eyes were filled with fear. It looked at the greatsword as if it was looking at the Grim Reaper's scythe. The greatsword appeared out of thin air, and with a boom, it pierced through the arrow-tail rhinoceros's head. The arrow-tail rhinoceros didn't even have a chance to struggle before its god soul was destroyed. In the dark night, the ghost water stream was illuminated. The arrow-tail rhinoceros that had been struck by the golden and black super heavenly thunder burned fiercely and turned into a fireball, like a sun that had been shot down. The burning demon sky thorn was an upgraded version of the dark heavenly thorn that Yi Baiming had learned after learning the burning demon spell that Popping Sheep had given him. It was a super spell that could destroy souls. After seeing the arrow-tail rhinoceros withstand the power of the two heavenly thunders, Dollar had an idea. Why didn't he just use the power of the dark heavenly thunder and combine it with a super spell to destroy the arrow-tail rhinoceros's soul? The arrow-tail rhinoceros that had been roaming the ghost water stream for more than 20 years had fallen. The huge commotion in the sky startled the entire ghost water stream. The elites from the 8 counties of the underworld who were rushing to the Ghost King cave also witnessed this scene. The fierce fire made the 1,000 character on Dollar's body even more dazzling. Hiss! Everyone, including the Einherjars, took a deep breath. There was only one thought in their minds: what a beast. The one who was the most shocked was Wan Tianqiu. He also recognized that the golden demonic beast was the demonic beast that was following beside Yunsheng. Wan Tianqiu could tell that the demonic beast was extraordinary. It seemed to have the spiritual awareness of a human and knew how to use strategies. What was even more frightening was that its physique was as strong as a warrior's, but it could also use powerful super magic. Compared to the demigod rank arrow-tail battle rhinoceros, it was even harder to deal with. Thinking of this, Wan Tianqiu rejoiced. Fortunately, they had not acted on impulse and caused trouble for the 100 Ren Gate. Otherwise, the 1,000 Hell sect would have been the ones to be killed today. But what Dollar did next shocked the crowd. After combining with the Dark Thunder and killing the arrow-tail rhino, Dollar did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the angry cloud in the sky. Dollar was deep in thought. Although the cloud had experienced 3 dark heavenly thunders, it still contained a significant amount of dark magic power. If it could absorb and fuse with it, it would definitely be beneficial to its cultivation. When Yi Baiming was in his human form, his cultivation had already reached the Einherjar realm. However, although his Kirin body had been trained by the burning demon incantation, he still could not break through to the god rank. Therefore, he did not directly fight the arrow-tail rhino with his body. Instead, he chose to fight with magic, which he had a higher chance of winning. The arrow-tail rhino was an earth-element demonic beast. Although it practiced both magic and martial arts, its magic cultivation was obviously inferior to its physical cultivation. What it had mastered was only high-level magic. Naturally, it was at a disadvantage in front of Dollar, who had a multi-elemental magic soul. Dollar knew that if he did not have a stronger physical body, he would be at a disadvantage again when he fought with the beast god altars of the Obsidian and Bakra orcs. The dark, angry cloud in front of it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for it. He jumped with all his 4 limbs and rushed toward the angry dark cloud. Wan Tianqiu was also in the crowd. When they heard the sound, they looked up and saw a golden light rushing toward the angry dark cloud. That is... Wan Tianqiu was shocked. Was this demonic beast crazy? Why did it rush toward the angry dark cloud? Even the demigod-ranked Arrowtail Battle Rhinoceros wasn't a match for the Dark Fury Cloud. As soon as Dollar rushed into the angry cloud rolled violently and wrapped around him. The angry cloud instantly swallowed the golden demonic beast. You overestimate yourself. Wan Tianqiu was delighted. He was worried that with this beast around, he would not be able to defeat the 100-Ren Gate in the Ghost King Cave. He did not expect this demonic beast to go crazy and rush toward the angry cloud. At this moment, he was afraid that it would be torn to pieces by the power of the angry dark cloud. The major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld did not stay any longer. They rushed toward the Ghost King Cave. Not long after the heroes left, the angry cloud in the sky still did not disperse. About half an hour later. With a bang, a huge black shadow that looked like a Qilin suddenly appeared around the angry cloud. The Qilin shadow suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the dark cloud in one gulp. The angry cloud seemed to want to struggle, but in the end, it could not resist the power of the Qilin shadow and was completely swallowed. After the angry dark cloud disappeared, the shadow gradually shrank and turned into Dollar. Compared to before he swallowed the angry cloud, Dollar's body did not change much. However, upon closer inspection, his limbs were slender and the scales on his body shone brighter. Tisk, just a little bit more to become a demonic beast of the god level. Dollar smacked his lips as if he had eaten something delicious. In both the human world and the underworld, Dollar was probably the only person who would dare to swallow the angry dark cloud and act so nonchalant. Because he had already used up 3 dark heavenly thunders, the remaining power in the angry dark cloud was not enough for Dollar's soul to reach the god level. However, after devouring the dark raging clouds, its flesh and skin were unexpectedly tempered, and its physical strength had reached the demigod level. In addition, Dollar had an advantage in the bloodline of the Qilin. Even if the Arrowtail Rhinoceros came back to life, Dollar was 100% sure that he could kill it this time even without the power of the dark heavenly thunders. What surprised Dollar even more was that when he swallowed the angry cloud, he accidentally learned the second inheritance of the Qilin's puppet, which could swallow all magic power and fighting energy. This inheritance was the inherited fighting skill of Obsidian. In this way, the next time Dollar fought Obsidian, he was much more confident. There was a hint of joy in Dollar's eyes. Chapter 1124. Last time, during the Dutian bloodstain crisis, He Yao had almost endangered Yun Sheng's life. Yi Baiming had always been brooding over it. Although he didn't say it out loud, all these years, he had cultivated fiercely with only one goal, which was to protect the person he loved. To the current Yi Baiming, Yun Sheng was his reverse scale. Whoever touched her would die. Although he had the body of a Qilin like He Yao, Yi Baiming realized that even though they were both martial gods, there was still a big gap between him and He Yao. In addition to the difference in cultivation conditions between the 8 Desolates continent and the Boundless continent, there was another reason. Yi Baiming hadn't received the Qilin tribe's inheritance awakening ceremony. Unlike Du Guxiu, Yi Baiming had always hated He Yao. He wouldn't accept any gifts or help from the Black Qilin tribe. Not to mention, He Yao wanted to force him to marry He Linlin. Due to the lack of the Black Qilin tribe's inheritance awakening ceremony, Yi Baiming's first inheritance awakened after fusing with part of the halberd of the divine battle god's power. But after that, he hadn't been able to obtain any other inheritance. However, this time, when he swallowed the angry dark cloud, he unexpectedly obtained an inheritance. This was a big gain for him. His joy didn't last long. Dollar also noticed that when he swallowed the angry cloud, the experts of the 8 underworld counties had already entered the Ghost King Cave. It had been an hour since Yun Sheng and the others entered the Ghost King Cave. He hoped that nothing happened to Yun Sheng and the others during this hour. Dollar no longer hesitated and rushed toward the Ghost King Cave. After parting with Dollar, Yun Sheng, Yingyu, and the others entered the Ghost King Cave. After entering, they saw a small path that could accommodate a normal person. The path was winding like sheep intestines. After walking for about 15 minutes, the narrow path gradually widened. Ing Yu and Ing Chuan felt a strong wind blowing toward them. When the wind blew on their faces, it was like a sharp blade, causing them to feel pain. The wind contained the power of darkness, causing Ing Yu and Ing Chuan to tremble all over. Even their bones felt cold. The Ghost King Cave was indeed worthy of its reputation. Unlike Ing Yu and Ing Chuan's abnormal reactions, Yunxing only felt that this Ghost King Cave was very comfortable. Her black eyes narrowed with a hint of laziness. In the depths of her Dharma soul, a carefree and comfortable feeling came. She took a deep breath. What a dense power of darkness! Yunxing could feel that her Dharma soul was like a fish in water in the Ghost King Cave. In a short time, it had expanded by a size. Back in the boundless land, Yunxing's dark Dharma soul had always been weaker than the other Dharma souls due to the lack of a cultivation environment. However, after arriving in the netherworld, Yunxing discovered that her dark Dharma soul's cultivation speed had increased by a lot. Yunxing was certain that as long as she stayed in the Ghost King Cave for a few days, her dark magic soul would definitely undergo a qualitative change. Unfortunately, there was not much time left for her. The other forces of the 8 counties of the netherworld should be catching up soon. It was pitch black in front of them. With their outstanding eyesight, everyone discovered that the Ghost King Cave was very moist. The water dripping from the cracks of the rocks was bone-chilling. My dear master, this place is not simple. I'm afraid there are evil spirits. Xiao He, who was kissing a sheep, looked around with her beady eyes. She could sense that there were a large number of evil spirits wandering around in this cave. The aura of these evil spirits was not weak. They should have the strength of a human martial saint or a sky magician or a demon beast sage. Although they were not the strongest, they had the advantage of numbers. If they surrounded them together, it would not be easy to deal with them. As they were speaking, a grey shadow floated out from behind 100 Thunder Sect disciple. It suddenly turned into a roaring evil spirit wolf and pounced on that disciple. Beast, don't make trouble. Ing Yu released the bow in her hand. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through that evil spirit. However, not long after the evil spirit fog disappeared, it gathered together again. After regrouping, the baleful spectre let out a series of ghostly wails and howls. After the wail, a large number of grey evil spirits appeared in the vicinity. Those evil spirits were either in human form or beast form. They all bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing on the crowd. Suddenly, in the cave, there was a long and clear sound, like the sound of a flute and a flute. A fiery red beast figure appeared. In the fire, a divine bird with red feathers like a phoenix suddenly appeared. It flapped its fiery wings, and the feathers all over its body fluttered. When those fiery feathers touched those evil spirits, they turned into purifying flames. Those evil spirits had nowhere to escape and were instantly burned into green smoke, disappearing. The thing that appeared in the Ghost King Cave was one of the 4 divine beasts, the Vermilion Bird Totem. The Vermilion Bird Totem was the only fire beast among the 4 great divine beasts. Its fire feather transformed into the purest fire beast. All evil and evil would retreat in front of it. As if they knew that such a divine beast totem had appeared in the Ghost King Cave, the evil spirits in the surroundings all fled. Ing Yu, Ing Chuan, and the disciples of the 100 Ren sect had long been awed by the Vermilion Bird Totem. They could only stare blankly with their mouths agape, unable to say a word. Vermilion Bird Totem, please lead us into the depths of the Ghost King Cave. Yunxing waved her hand, and the Vermilion Bird Totem flew lightly into the depths of the Ghost King Cave. Yunxing had 3 divine beasts totem. Each divine beast could only be summoned once. In order to get rid of these evil spirits, she had no choice but to summon the Vermilion Bird. With the Vermilion Bird Totem, the rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any traps or ambushes. Finally, they reached the end of the Ghost King Cave. The end of the Ghost King Cave was a dead end. In the four corners of the dead end, there were 4 magic arrays. Although the Netherworld Ghost King had been dead for 20 years, these magic arrays hidden in the depths of the Ghost King Cave were still full of magic power. Master, these 4 magic arrays are not places I should enter. The Vermilion Bird Totem can only accompany you up to here. After the Vermilion Bird Totem finished speaking, it turned into a flame and attached itself to Yunsheng's Shenong medical bracelet. Why are there 4 magic arrays? Which one should we go to? Yingyu and Yingchuan hesitated. Yunsheng stopped in front of the 4 magic arrays for a moment. She had learned some magic when she was in the mainland's magic elite camp. After observing for a moment, she indeed found some clues. Yingyu, Yingchuan, among these magic arrays, 2 are teleportation magic arrays, and the other 2 are cultivation magic arrays. The purpose of the 2 of you entering the Ghost King Cave is to cultivate. I suggest that you and the remaining disciples enter one of the cultivation magic arrays. Yunsheng observed for a moment and understood the function of the magic arrays. Chapter 11:25. Yingyu and Yingchuan were very grateful. They knew each other's strength very well. Before leaving, Yinghai had told them that the treasures in the Ghost King Cave were not something they could take. Instead of fighting for treasures and the Ghost King's inheritance with those experts who were about to charge in, they might as well concentrate and cultivate in the Ghost King Cave for a while. If they could make a breakthrough, their trip to the Ghost King Cave would be worth it. Take care of yourself. I hope we can meet again. Yingchuan looked at Yunsheng with regret in his eyes. Yingchuan had a good impression of Yunsheng when he first saw her. He had never felt this way in his 20 years of life. Unfortunately, he wished he could have met her before she was married. He had learned from Yingyu that Yunsheng was already married. Her husband was the gold-colored demonic beast that had accompanied her all the way to the underworld. Yingchuan had no idea why Yunsheng would marry a demonic beast. However, in the underworld, where strength was everything, Dollar's strength was enough to convince Yingchuan. Dollar was able to kill Stiller in one hit and had the guts to fight against the demigod-rank Arrowtail battle rhinoceros. Such strength was beyond Yingchuan's imagination. Just now, outside the ghost water stream, Yunsheng's demonic beast had revealed its terrifying strength. This made Yingchuan realize that he was not worthy of a woman like Yunsheng. No matter if it was Yunsheng or Dollar, they were both from the underworld and the human world. Geniuses matched geniuses. They were the perfect match for each other. Yingchuan had given up. The adoration in his eyes turned into sincere gratitude. Yunsheng, I hope you can find a way to save your mother. If you come to the underworld again, remember to visit us. Yingyu also understood that it was time for her and Yunsheng to part ways. After the 3 exchanged a few words of farewell, Yingyu and Yingchuan didn't linger any longer. The 2 of them led several disciples of the 100 Thunder sect into one of the cultivation arrays. That magic array was filled with active dark energy. As long as they could pass through it, it would be very beneficial to their future cultivation. Watching Yingyu and the others disappear into the teleportation array, Yunsheng paced back and forth between the 2 teleportation arrays. The 2 teleportation magic arrays were identical, and there was no difference between them. The Netherworld Ghost King was a crafty fellow. Even though he knew that someone would enter the Ghost King Cave, he still deliberately left behind 4 magic arrays. Yunsheng took out the summoning demon hand, one of the 8 barren divine weapons from the beast language ring. When he summoned the demonic hand, nothing happened. Could it be that the teleportation magic array affected the summoning hand's ability to sense the heart distress lamp? Yunsheng stared at the unresponsive demonic hand. Then, she took out the magic bracelet and the immortal Holy Grail one after another. Without exception, none of these divine equipment had any reaction. Yunsheng felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, as long as the 8 Baron divine equipment was in the Ghost King cave, it should be able to sense it. There were only 2 possibilities for there to be no magic fluctuation. 1. The heart distress lamp was not in the Ghost King cave. The other possibility was that the heart distress lamp was sealed by some kind of restriction. Thus, the other divine equipment could not sense its magic fluctuation. Whatever, I'll just choose the one on the right. Yunxing thought for a moment and walked towards the teleportation array on the right. Just as she had 1 foot in the teleportation array, a burst of laughter came from behind her. Wan Tianqiu and several experts from the 8 counties walked out. After breaking through the magic waterfall, Wan Tianqiu and the other experts chased after them. These people were not weak. Although they encountered the fierce battle between Dollar and the arrow-tailed rhinoceros on the way, they were delayed. However, because Yun Xing used the vermilion bird totem to expel the evil spirits, they were able to enter the Ghost King cave without any obstacles. Wan Tianqiu and the other experts did not expect the Ghost King cave to be like this. Other than the fact that the cave was more secluded and the tunnel was longer, it looked no different from any other cave. Along the way, although there were no ambushes or traps, there were no treasures, battle scrolls, or magic scrolls. These people only had one thought at that time. Damn Shinjizi! When they left the Ghost King cave, the first thing they did was to smash that old man, Shinjizi's mystique pavilion. In the past 20 years, that old man had taken no less than 500 king-level soul stones from each of the experts present. Just as the experts were filled with anger and had nowhere to vent, their eyes suddenly lit up. In front of them, there were 4 magic arrays. With the eyesight of these underworld experts, how could they not see that among these magic arrays, 2 were cultivation magic arrays, and the other 2 were teleportation magic arrays? Among them, there were 2 teleportation magic arrays on the left and right. Everyone's anger turned into joy. They immediately understood that those 2 teleportation magic arrays must lead to the Ghost King cave's true treasure. However, what caught their attention was that there was a woman standing beside the teleportation magic array on the right. At first glance, the woman's appearance was like a bright sun shining into the gloomy Ghost King cave. The experts of the underworld were dazzled. The people gathered in the Ghost King cave were the leaders of the various forces of the underworld. They had many wives and concubines and had seen all kinds of beauties. However, in front of Yun Sheng, they were all overshadowed. There were many kinds of women's beauty. Some were enchanting, some were young, and some were pure. However, none of them were as rare as this woman in front of them. Her black hair was like a waterfall. Her seemingly ordinary magic robe made her skin look like cream. Her beautiful black eyes were as clear as obsidian. The rarest thing was that this woman had an elegant temperament and an indescribable charm. She was a rare beauty. Suddenly bumping into such a woman in the Ghost King cave inevitably made people feel a little strange. Everyone, please give me some face. This woman has some grudges with the Thousand Hells sect. Please let me deal with her alone. Wan Tianqiu saw that Yun Sheng was alone. Ing Yu and Ing Chuan, who were with her earlier, were nowhere to be seen. He knew that the people from 100 Ren clan must have entered the magic array. He also saw that the 2 teleportation magic arrays looked exactly the same. They must lead to different places. Instead of taking the risk to enter one of them, he might as well kill this female sorcerer first. Anyway, the teleportation array's entrance was here. Even if someone from the other forces obtained the Ghost King's inheritance or secret treasures first, they would still fight to the death in the teleportation array. Without the group of juniors from 100 Ren clan and the ferocious beast, this female sorcerer's ability was very ordinary. Wan Tianqiu was absolutely confident that he could kill her within 10 moves. At that time, he could even wait outside the teleportation array like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, and finally reap the benefits. Chapter 11:26. Yun Xing did not overlook the cunning look in Wan Tianqiu's eyes. This person actually dared to target her. She would definitely let him know how big of a mistake it was to choose to stay. Wan Tianqiu and Yun Xing glared at each other. Sparks were about to fly out of their eyes. The 8 counties of the underworld also smelled the gunpowder between the two. The other powerful figures were naturally very happy to see that there was one less competitor. They secretly thought that it was a pity that such a beautiful woman died. This Wan Tianqiu was also a ruthless person. He could even be so cruel to kill such a beautiful woman. If it were not for the fact that they were in a hurry to enter the Ghost King cave to find the Ghost King's inheritance, they could have taken this woman for their own use. No matter how beautiful a woman was, it was clear which was more important when compared to the Ghost King's inheritance. Wan Tianqiu had already started cursing in his heart when he saw the looks of pity on those powerful figures' faces. What a bunch of blind fools. This woman has the heart of a snake and scorpion. If you knew that the 1000 Yama sect had suffered heavy casualties, and that the magic waterfall and that deadly devil plant were all her handiwork, I'd like to see who would still have a tender heart for her. The major forces of the 8 counties of the underworld chose either the left or right side of the magic array. The Ghost King cave returned to silence again. Only Yun Sheng and Wan Tianqiu were left. Little girl, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for colluding with the 100 Ren sect and murdering my 1000 Hell sect's disciples, Wan Tianqiu said viciously. He was still a little wary of Yun Xing previously because she had a powerful ferocious beast by her side. But once they entered the Ghost King cave, Yun Sheng and Dollar were separated. To Wan Tianqiu, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He would first kill this female sorcerer, then capture the people from the 100 Ren sect. At that time, that old fellow, Ing Hai, would definitely compromise. You're wrong. I don't need to collude with any forces to easily kill Ci Lai and the others. In fact, Ci Lai was killed by my ferocious beast. The people from the 1000 Hell sect had offended me when I was at the Dongwei sect. You have committed all kinds of evil and deserve to die. Yun Xing snorted coldly. She looked behind her. The powerful figures who entered the teleportation magic array had disappeared. There was nothing wrong with the teleportation magic array. Yun Xing's mind was similar to Wan Tianqiu's. Since these people got there first, then forget it. She was happy to wait here. As long as someone found the heart distress lantern, she would snatch it even if she had to kill them. First. So it really is you, a puny little Saint Law King. Where does your confidence come from? Ha, I forgot that you have 1000 slaughterer savage beast. You must be waiting for it to save you. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed this time. Wan Tianqiu laughed slyly. Yun Sheng was worried about Dollar. She had been in the Ghost King cave for 2 hours now, and there was still no sign of Dollar. She wondered how he and the demigod Arrowtail Rhino were doing. What do you mean? You met Jean Coin. Yun Xing frowned. There's no need to wait. That beast has been devoured by the dark clouds. Not even a bone is left. No one can save you today. Yun Xing's expression changed when she heard Wan Tianqiu's words. Devoured by the dark clouds? Nonsense. He won't die. Yun Xing's heart was in her throat. But then, another voice in her heart said, no, he won't. That can't be. Before we parted, he clearly said that he wanted me to trust him. Yi Baiming won't die so easily. He must still be alive. Thinking of this, Yun Xing's heart, which was still a little shaken, immediately became firm. She had gone through life and death with Yi Baiming several times. Yi Baiming had never disappointed her, and he would not this time either. I and the other powerful figures saw it with our own eyes. It's true that the kind of person and the kind of magical beast. Your magical beast is just like you, overestimating its own capabilities. The power of the dark clouds is enough to shake heaven and earth. It's really ridiculous that it wants to devour the dark clouds. But don't worry, it will be with it soon. Wan Tianqiu was very cunning. Just now, he had been secretly observing Yun Sheng's strength. He had thought that the other party was something incredible, but without that savage beast, the other party was at most a saint-level guardian emperor. He wanted to see just how a law emperor was going to deal with him. After saying that, Wan Tianqiu's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning and charged towards Yun Sheng. Although Wan Tianqiu did not say it, he was a cautious person. Even if the other party's strength was not as good as his, he still made the first move and seized the best opportunity. Han Sen purposely mentioned Dollar's death to distract Yun Sheng. Then, when she wasn't prepared, he could sneak up on her and attack her. It was already disadvantageous for a mage to fight against a warrior, especially in such a narrow cave. Needless to say, Wan Tianqiu was a martial god, while Yun Sheng was just a sanctuary guardian king. The competition between the two of them seemed to be over before it started. Furthermore, Wan Tianqiu had already used 70% of his strength in this attack. He did not believe that Yun Sheng would be able to dodge his close-range attack in the blink of an eye. He only needed one move to kill his opponent. Wan Tianqiu seemed to have seen her die under his hands. However, at this moment, Yun Sheng, who was already very close to him, pulled a cold smile on her face. There was no fear in that smile, only a trace of cold killing intent. She looked at Wan Tianqiu as if he was already a corpse. You are not worthy for me to do it myself. I only need one finger to deal with you. A cold, knife-like voice echoed in the cave. This voice was even colder than the chilly wind in the Ghost King cave. It pierced into his flesh and bones. Wan Tianqiu's figure froze. In front, Yun Sheng really stretched out a finger. It was a middle finger. Yun Sheng also made a gesture. On her middle finger was a very ordinary ring. Summoner. Ha ha ha, I thought it was a big deal. It turns out that you are just a summoner. Don't forget, your magical beast is already dead. Now, even if you summon it to death, no one will come to help you. Wan Tianqiu was only a few meters away from Yun Sheng. But just as Wan Tianqiu was speaking, a pink figure suddenly appeared. Bumpkin. Who told you that a summoner can only summon one magical beast? Eat this. Bobo Sheep mustered all his strength, and his little pink body turned into a pink lightning bolt. There was a loud bang in the cave. After swallowing the scarlet flame tree truncheon, the strange strength of the kiss sheep slammed into Wan Tianqiu's back with its terrifying strength. Even a martial god realm expert like Wan Tianqiu was sent flying by the impact. A human-shaped hole suddenly appeared in the wall. Chapter 1127. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Wan Tianqiu didn't react in time, and by the time he did, he was already sent flying. Wan Tianqiu only heard a suspicious sound of bones breaking coming from his abdomen. His throat rolled, and a sweet, fishy taste surged up. His face was full of disbelief when he realized that the one who attacked him was actually an unknown magical beast. The corner of Yun Sheng's mouth twitched. Although this wasn't the first time she saw Bobo's terrifying strength, she didn't expect that it could even send Wan Tianqiu, who was at the martial god level, flying. Looking at Wan Tianqiu's appearance, it was obvious that his muscles and bones were injured. Dearest master, Bobo has grown stronger recently. Please praise me. Bobo was very proud of itself. Wan Tianqiu spat out a mouthful of old blood and almost choked himself to death. He crawled up in a sorry state. His fingers pressed on his abdomen, and a heart-wrenching pain shot up like a fire. 2 of his bones were broken. Wan Tianqiu was considered a local tyrant in Jima Commandery. Even when he fought with Ing Hai of the Bailuan sect last time, he only broke one of his ribs. His seclusion this time was said to be for healing, but in fact, it was for a breakthrough. After the seclusion, his strength had indeed recovered. Most importantly, he had also comprehended a sure-kill combat skill. It was also because of this combat skill that Wan Tianqiu was confident that he could compete with the other heroes for the Ghost King's inheritance in the Ghost King cave. However, Wan Tianqiu didn't expect that he would be injured by an unknown magical beast before he could fight with a real expert. But that female magician's inconspicuous magical beast had actually injured him. The other party's movement technique was also strangely fast. 2 magical beasts. You think you can do anything to me with just 2 magical beasts? Wan Tianqiu sneered. He roared, and the fighting aura on his body suddenly exploded. The fighting aura of the martial god shook the entire cave. From time to time, the walls would roll down at any time. Who told you that I only have 2 magical beasts? Beasts, let's fight. Yun Sheng's beast language ring lit up. Several summoning magic arrays appeared at the same time. What? The other party could actually summon a magical beast, and it was a group of magical beasts. Whine. 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 A series of noises that made Wan Tianqiu's scalp feel like it was going to explode rang out. Numerous ferocious soul-devouring ants flapped their wings and hovered densely within the cave. After the sharp sound, the enchanting night demon queen flipped her sexy long hair behind her. Behind her stood hundreds of demon archers with bows and arrows in their hands. Roar! Xiao He was the last to appear. Just from her aura alone, this mastiff-like black dog exuded a terrifying aura. Wan Tianqiu saw so many magical beasts and Yun Sheng leaning against the wall with a relaxed expression. I told you, I only need 1 finger to kill you. She smiled at Wan Tianqiu. When she smiled, there were 2 charming dimples at the corner of her mouth. Her dimples rippled, but there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. Wan Tianqiu's mind was roaring, and his thoughts were in a mess. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but it was too late for him to regret. Beasts, go. Yun Sheng's voice was cold. Several black shadows rushed forward. Xiao He raised her head and howled. The originally pitch-black cave was swallowed up by even the last ray of light. Although Wan Tianqiu was in deep trouble, he did not panic. Fighting aura surged on his body and gathered together to form a fighting aura divine armor on Wan Tianqiu's body. Little armor, you can't even withstand a single blow. The demon queen sneered. She waved her hand, and the demon archers all stood behind her. Fire! Break! At the demon queen's command, the bows in the hands of the demon archers shot out at the same time. Countless demon archers' arrows condensed into a giant arrow in midair. The giant arrow aimed at the fighting aura divine armor and hit it. Wan Tianqiu only felt the blood in his chest roiling, and a crack appeared on the fighting aura divine armor. Wan Tianqiu spat out a mouthful of blood. A crack appeared on the fighting aura divine armor. The 100-legged ant general led a group of ant soldiers and swarmed forward like maggots. Countless ant soldiers squeezed through the cracks. Soon, Wan Tianqiu became an ant-man covered in soul-devouring ants. The heart-wrenching pain made Wan Tianqiu feel that even his soul was about to be gnawed away. Very soon, the soul-devouring ants had completely devoured Wan Tianqiu's strong body. This scene was a bit horrifying. Wan Tianqiu, who did not have much flesh on his body, was like a skeleton. Through the white bones, one could see the beating heart under Wan Tianqiu's abdomen. Wan Tianqiu's current appearance made him feel even worse than if he were to be killed directly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I originally wanted to let you die a quick death. His hand gesture suddenly changed. His hands made a strange finger gesture, and he suddenly hit the top of his head with his palm. With a muffled crack, Qiu Wantian, whose skull had shattered, did not die. Wan Tianqiu's face turned ferocious. His face, facial features, mouth, nose, ears, and eyes almost at the same time, emitted clouds of black gas. The black gas was like countless small snakes. At the same time, Wan Tianqiu's entire body condensed into a blood-colored pillar of light that was dozens of feet long. With a bang, it tore through the sky. Under countless gazes, it fiercely smashed into the black ball of light below. The black gas caused his entire body to rapidly change. His body and face, which were originally white bones, actually grew skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the skin, the muscles, blood, and tendons were also rapidly growing. At the same time, Wan Tianqiu's appearance also underwent an astonishing change. Under his lips, 2 long fangs protruded. His limbs were bent, and his hair had turned dark green. He looked like an evil spirit. Bo Bo. Dear master, this is bad. This guy has cultivated an evil path. He actually knows evil transformation. When Bo Bo Sheep saw Wan Tianqiu's appearance, he shuddered. When the cultivators of the human world reached a certain level of cultivation, they would use the blood of magical beasts to temper their flesh, blood, skin, and bones. When they were enraged, they would undergo beast blood berserk. As for Wan Tianqiu, when he was in seclusion, he had stimulated his potential and comprehended a special battle skill called evil transformation. The baleful aura that he normally absorbed exploded out in an instant. The attack power produced was at least several times higher than usual. Martial artists in this situation were called evil martial artists. Not only that, under the condition of evil transformation, they were invulnerable to swords and spears, and were immune to magic. They were the most difficult to deal with. Chapter 1128. Tisk, Wan Tianqiu, this old thief, is really a cockroach that can't be killed. Yun Xing's pupils contracted as a sense of danger suddenly arose. She had never imagined that Wan Tianqiu would still be able to turn fiendish after being forced to such a state. She had miscalculated this time. Before turning fiendish, Wan Tianqiu's cultivation had already reached the intermediate martial god level, while Yun Xing's demonic beasts were mostly king level. There was a certain gap in their battle. Yun Xing had originally planned to use her advantage in numbers to slowly wear down Wan Tianqiu and finally kill him in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that after Wan Tianqiu turned fiendish, his cultivation had increased by a large margin. Wan Tianqiu had most likely reached the peak of the martial god level. He was only inches away from the Dark Qilin King, He Yao. Seeing that things had come to this, Yun Xing could only brace herself and command her demonic beasts to attack Wan Tianqiu one after another. Wan Tianqiu, who had turned into a fiendish warrior, had a violent temperament and astonishing strength. He shook his iron fist, and fiendish fighting aura whistled around him, forming a small black whirlwind. The whirlwind swept toward the demon warriors with a whoosh. The whirlwind rushed into the demon warriors like a human-shaped meat grinder. Only the sound of bones and meat being crushed could be heard. Dozens of demon warriors had already been turned into pools of mangled meat. Seeing that her soldiers were all killed, Queen Night Demon's pitch-black skin flushed red with anger. She suddenly flew a few feet higher. In the cave, the demon warriors sang melodiously. The song contained a bewitching voice that could bewitch people's hearts. But Wan Tianqiu was indifferent to this heart-tugging song. He was expressionless as his fists made crackling sounds. In the next moment, his figure suddenly landed beside Queen Night Demon like a ghost. His fists were like a storm, attacking Queen Night Demon. With a loud bang, Queen Night Demon's song came to an abrupt end. Her body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing that the Night Demon Queen was seriously injured, the other magical beasts, who had formed a deep friendship with her in the exquisite beast tower, were furious. Xiao He leaped like a tiger cub and turned into a black arrow, darting behind Wan Tianqiu. Wan Tianqiu took a few steps back and disappeared in front of Xiao He. He suddenly appeared behind Xiao He and swept his leg across Xiao He's spine with the force of 1,000 pounds. With this stomp, even a 250-kilogram boulder would be reduced to dust. Xiao He howled in pain as she was ruthlessly swept away and fell to the ground. Yun Sheng was shocked when she saw this. She didn't expect Wan Tianqiu, who had turned into an evil spirit warrior, to be so unstoppable. Bo, you don't have a way to temporarily move him? Yun Sheng clenched her magic scepter as several feasible plans appeared in her mind. Dear Master, this is the underworld. Bo can't use the divine skill exile. Only that stinky god of the underworld can use the divine skill exile, Bo said with a sad face. Bo was also furious when he saw his little friends getting injured one by one. But he couldn't do anything except sneak attacks with monstrous strength. He didn't have any other skills. He was a world god in the human world, but in the underworld, he didn't have the ability to exile people from the underworld. However, dear Master, Bo has another idea. You have the magic god bracelet. If you can break through to the magic god level as soon as possible, combined with the power of the magic god bracelet, you will be able to defeat this old monster who is neither human nor ghost. The magic god bracelet had a certain magic enhancement effect, but only in the hands of a true magic god could it display its strongest effect. Bo, it's not easy to break through to the magic god level. Although your master is somewhat monstrous, I'm not abnormal. Yun Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yun Sheng's cultivation speed was one of the best in the entire human world, and even in the underworld. The only ones who could surpass her talent were Yi Baiming and Ji Rumo, who was transformed from the Destiny Mirror. But they only broke through to the magic god level when they were in their 20s. Yun Sheng had been stuck at the saint level for many years. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break through to the magic god level in one go. She was now at a bottleneck. It was too difficult for her to break through to the magic god level at this time. Dear Master, you might not be able to do it in other places, but this is the Ghost King's cave. Take a look at the 2 cultivation magic arrays behind you. These 2 magic arrays were most likely left behind by the Phantasm Ghost King when he was cultivating. Pop. Pop. I can feel a very powerful dark energy coming from them. As long as you enter one of the cultivation magic arrays and absorb the dark energy within, you can rely on your dark magic soul to break through and become the first dark magic god in the human world. Popping Sheep explained. A dark magic god, that was such an awesome existence. Bubbling Sheep thought that if his master became a dark magic god in the underworld, he would have a huge backer in the future. That stinky iceberg nether god didn't dare to challenge it. When Yun Sheng heard this, her expression changed slightly. What Baby Sheep said might not be 100% successful, but it might not be impossible. Boom, just as Yun Sheng and Baby Sheep were talking, a few more pools of blood appeared on the ground. The centipede ant general led the flying ants to retreat under Wan Tianqiu's swift and violent attacks. Wan Tianqiu was like a ghost, shuttling through the swarm of ants. Every time he swept past, the wind from his fists blasted a group of flying ants into a pool of blood. If this continued, the centipede ant general's flying ant army would soon be defeated. Queen Night Demon and Xiao He were both seriously injured, and the centipede ant general was also defeated. This was the first time in Yun Sheng's 10 years of life that she had encountered such a big crisis. In a moment of desperation, Yun Sheng became calmer. Her black eyes were fixed on Wan Tianqiu. The evil spirit Wan Tianqiu was like a killing machine. His fists were like thunder, and his movements were like a hurricane. He looked invulnerable. But, his eyes. Yun Sheng noticed that Wan Tianqiu's eyes were like a fool who had lost focus. His fists and strikes were all like a robot's. In other words, although Wan Tianqiu was given the invincible physique of an evil spirit warrior, it made him lose his consciousness and become an uncontrollable killing machine. Yun Sheng thought of something. With a wave of her hand, a purple gold figure appeared beside her. Tycoon Jean, stop him. As soon as Yun Sheng gave the order, Tycoon Jean shot out with a whoosh and rushed in front of Wan Tianqiu. Tycoon Jean and Wan Tianqiu, one was an immortal Dharma artifact of eternal life, and the other was an evil spirit warrior who could annihilate a willful puppet-killing machine. It was still unknown who was stronger in the battle between the two. Chapter 1129. Wan Tianqiu sensed that there was an enemy approaching, so he punched out with both fists. The fierce wind from his fists was like two fierce tigers coming down from the mountain, charging toward Tycoon Jean. Tycoon Jean was indeed brave. He rushed forward and pushed out both fists without dodging. Boom, the fierce wind from his fists collided. Both of them took a few steps back at the same time. There were several footprints that were more than half an inch deep under their feet. After counting carefully, Wan Tianqiu took 5 steps back, while Tycoon Jean took 6 steps back. As if sensing that this new enemy was very strong, Wan Tianqiu, who was originally murderous, was also a little afraid. For a moment, he didn't attack again. Yun Sheng took the opportunity to search for the exquisite beast pagoda from the beast language ring. She put away the few injured magical beasts, and with a bounce of her feet, she rushed toward a magic array. After Wan Tianqiu turned into a demon, Yun Sheng couldn't defeat him for a long time. She knew that Tycoon Jean could only barely hold him back. If she wanted to defeat Wan Tianqiu, there was only one way, and that was to enter the cultivation magic array as soon as possible to improve her cultivation, just like what Baby Sheep said. Yun Sheng stepped into the cultivation magic array, and the noise in the cave suddenly disappeared. The moment Yun Sheng entered the cultivation magic array, Yun Sheng's eyes lit up. In a dark corner of the Ghost King cave, no one noticed that there was an extra pair of blood-red eyes. This time, you guessed it right by accident. A voice that sounded like laughter and sarcasm sounded faintly. Wan Tianqiu and Tycoon Jean were still fighting. Wan Tianqiu, who had lost his mind, didn't realize that Yun Sheng, who he wanted to kill, had disappeared. When she entered the cultivation magic array, Yun Sheng had the illusion that she had jumped into a pool. She only felt that her whole body was wet and cold, and her teeth couldn't help but chatter. Since Yu, Ying Chuan, and the other members of the Hundred Thunder sect had already entered the other cultivation magic array, the cultivation magic array that Yun Sheng chose to use to break through to the magic god realm was the other of the 2 cultivation magic arrays. However, she did not expect that there would be another world within the magic array left behind by the phantasm Ghost King. Before entering the cultivation magic array, Yun Sheng had thought that the magic array left behind in the Ghost King cave would be similar to the magic tower of trials of the Royal Magic Academy's students. But when she saw the situation inside the magic array, she realized that what Popping Sheep said was most likely true. This place was really the phantasm Ghost King's cultivation ground. Rather than calling this place a magic array, it would be more accurate to call it a magic cave. The cave was about 10 square meters in size, and there was nothing inside. On the ground, there was a flowing black stream. The wet feeling that Yun Sheng felt earlier was because of this stream. In the middle of the cave, there was a black dark magic crystal. That crystal was carved into the shape of an ice bed. It was completely black, like a starless night sky. Regardless of whether it was the ice bed or the flowing black stream on the ground, they all emitted a rich dark magic energy. Whether it was in the human world or the underworld, Yun Sheng had never seen such pure dark magic energy. Popping. Dear Master, you've struck gold. This is the dark magic spring in dark magic crystal core. Popping Sheep was so excited that he almost had a nosebleed. It was a pity that Baby Sheep couldn't absorb the dark magic elements and could only watch helplessly as it absorbed the dark magic elements. In the magical world, dark magic elements existed in many forms. The most basic form of magic was dark magic energy. This was also a more common form of existence in the boundless continent. Dark magic energy existed in the form of gas. But in reality, the richer the dark magic energy, the more diverse the forms it existed in. For example, it could exist in the form of a magic spring or a magic crystal core. But these two forms did not exist in the boundless continent, where dark magic energy was scarce. Thus, the dark magicians in the boundless continent did not have a strong cultivation base, let alone a dark magician. But it was different in the underworld. The underworld was where most of the Yin energy gathered. The dark magic energy here was rich. The Netherworld Ghost King had used some unknown method to seal the dark magic spring and magic crystal core in this cultivation magic array. You're saying, as long as I absorb these magic spring and magic crystal cores, I can break through to become a dark magician. Yun Sheng had gradually adapted to the rich dark magic energy in the magic cave. She could feel that after entering the magic cave, her dark magician soul was like a fish in water. It almost let out a satisfied moan. Dear master, you can't become a fatty with just one bite. Seeing that they had entered the magic array, Popping Sheep knew that old man Wan Tianqiu would not be able to barge in so quickly. Popping Sheep wandered around the cave and quickly came to a conclusion. According to the number of dark magic spring and magic crystal cores left in the magic cave, it was obvious that the Netherworld Ghost King had not been able to absorb all of these magic spring and magic crystal cores. Dear master, your strength is far inferior to the Phantasm Ghost King's by more than a little. Therefore, it is impossible for you to absorb all of the dark magic spring and dark crystal cores here. Be careful of the excessive dark magic energy, your dark magician soul will explode. As long as you can absorb all of the magic spring water here, you will be able to break through to become a dark magician, Popping Sheep said confidently. Yun Sheng was skeptical. She walked in front of the dark crystal core bed and touched it with her hand. A cold feeling suddenly drilled into her fingertips. As if she had been electrocuted, Yun Sheng immediately retracted her hand. Popping Sheep was right. If she rashly absorbed the dark magic energy here, her magician soul would not be able to withstand it. We can't let such a large crystal core go to waste. Since the Netherworld Ghost King is already dead, let's dig out this dark magic crystal core and take it with us. Yun Sheng did as she said and nimbly released a few earth spikes. The earth spikes went up and down, left and right. In a short while, they had completely dug out the magic crystal core that had been cut into the shape of a bed. Seeing his master's bandit-like behavior, Popping Sheep's body, which was flying in the air, almost froze and fell down. Popping Sheep used its wings to wipe its forehead. As expected of its dear master. Her actions were indeed shameless. That large piece of dark magic crystal core weighed about 300 to 400 pounds. After Yun Sheng dug it out, she unceremoniously stored it in the exquisite beast pagoda. After storing the magic crystal core for her own use, Yun Sheng sat down cross-legged and entered the celestial meditation state. Chapter 1130. Celestial meditation was a special meditation method that Yun Sheng had learned from her dark gold rank teacher. Its meditation effects were several times better than ordinary meditation and deep meditation. Yun Sheng quickly entered a state of complete selflessness. The surroundings were silent. Popping Sheep squatted on Yun Sheng's shoulder, its beady eyes staring at the dark magic spring in the cave. Suddenly, Popping Sheep felt that its master was a little strange. A cloud-shaped object appeared above its master's head. Popping Sheep knew that this was the most important Dharma soul for a magician. It was different from the Dharma souls of ordinary people. Yun Sheng's Dharma soul was 5-colored. No, it should be said that it was 6-colored now. Her Dharma soul originated from Yi Baiming, and the new light Dharma soul came from Ji Rumo. At this moment, that Dharma soul was quietly floating above Yun Sheng's head. After sensing the powerful dark magic power in the magic cave, the gray area in Yun Sheng's Dharma soul became active. Due to the lack of dark magic power in the boundless continent all year round, the Dharma soul became more and more powerful. Among all of Yun Sheng's Dharma souls, the dark Dharma soul was only stronger than the newly formed light Dharma soul. It was much weaker compared to the wind, fire, water, and wood Dharma souls of the other four elements. If one had to describe it, Yun Sheng's Dharma souls now, the weakest light Dharma soul was similar in shape to a crack. It was still in its infancy stage. As for Yun Sheng's dark Dharma soul, it was relatively stronger, but it was still in its infancy stage. In comparison, the other Dharma souls were roughly in their adulthood stage. It was clear at a glance which was stronger and which was weaker. Although there were many Dharma souls, the difference in strength between them was relatively large. This was also the reason why Yun Sheng had been unable to break through to become a Dharma soul. And this time, Yun Sheng wanted to make use of the magic cave left behind by the Ghost King to improve her dark Dharma soul. Yun Sheng's Dharma soul of darkness seemed to have a life of its own in the netherworld's magic array. It emitted a dark gray light. When the light shone on the dark magic spring on the ground of the cave, it was as if someone had forcefully stuffed a handful of firewood into the ground. The dark magic spring that was quietly flowing on the ground suddenly began to boil. The dark magic spring became more and more violent. Soon, Yun Sheng felt as if she was standing in the middle of a fountain filled with smoke. The steam and bubbles from the boiling magic spring water wet her magic robe, hair, and eyelashes. The spring water quickly turned into mist and attached itself to Yun Sheng's Dharma soul. Like countless little worms, they drilled into her Dharma soul. Yun Sheng's Dharma soul was expanding at an alarming rate. Yun Sheng's expression kept changing. A dark cloud-like shadow appeared on her forehead. Baby Sheep, who was squatting on Yun Sheng's shoulder, also became nervous. It blinked its eyes and swallowed its saliva silently. It noticed that Yun Sheng's brows were tightly knitted together on her beautiful face. Even though she was standing in the middle of the boiling dark magic spring, its master's body was as cold as ice. Her teeth were biting her lips. Her limbs had become extremely stiff because she was enduring the pain. Dark red blood immediately seeped out from her tender lips. Tears welled up in Baby Sheep's black bean-like eyes. Sob, it really wanted to be able to suffer in place of its master. As Yun Sheng's life-summoned beast, Baby Sheep had lived with Yun Sheng for more than 10 years. It was very clear that its master was a person whose mind and soul were equally strong. To be able to make her suffer like this dark magic spring was indeed very powerful. Baby Sheep felt a little regretful. If it had known that its little master was going to suffer like this, it wouldn't have come up with such a lousy idea to let its master break through to the Dharma God realm. If worst came to worst, it could have asked that smelly god of the underworld for help. As long as that smelly god of the underworld came, even Tenwan Tianqiu would be smacked to death by his sleeves. At this moment, the shadowy dark cloud between Yun Sheng's brows had turned completely black. That blackness was tumbling and gradually forming a hideous ghost face. That ghost face, with its green face and fangs, made Yun Sheng's entire face look as if it was shrouded in the aura of death. It was eerie, as if it would devour her at any time. That ghost face was actually even more eerie and terrifying than Wan Tianqiu's demonic appearance. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its range was still expanding. It seemed like it was going to devour Yun Sheng's entire body by force. Baby Sheep was instantly enraged when it saw this scene. Oh no! Baby Sheep was anxious. Could it be that its master was in a hurry to succeed and accidentally went berserk while absorbing the dark magic spring? Was she invaded by the demonic aura and turned into a demonic aura? The breakthrough of a dark sorcerer was no small matter. Compared to the other professions, it was even more difficult. Especially its master, who was going to break through and become the first dark sorcerer in the mortal world and the underworld. As dark magic power was a very sensitive magic power, if one was slightly careless or had a weak mind, it was very likely that they would turn into a demonic aura during the process of advancement. The result would be that they would become a demonic sorcerer like Wan Tianqiu, who was neither human nor ghost. No. Baby Sheep, help master. Baby Sheep could not hold back anymore. It flapped its wings and flew up. But the moment baby sheep flew up, the beast language ring on Yunsheng's finger suddenly flew out and floated beside Yunsheng. Ah! Baby sheep stared at the beast language ring in shock. Something flew out from the beast language ring. It was one of the 8 barons' divine artifacts, the summoning demon hand. Just as the summoning demon hand flew out, the magic deity bracelet on Yunsheng's arm also emitted a dazzling light. The magic deity bracelet and the summoning demon hand, 2 of the 8 barons' divine artifacts, actually emitted light at the same time. Although the light was bright, it was not glaring. The light illuminated the entire magic cave as if it was daytime. In the light, baby sheep even heard a clear and pleasant voice that was like the cry of a phoenix. The summoning demon hand and the magic deity bracelet actually resonated. After the resonance appeared, baby sheep vaguely saw 2 illusory figures appear in front of its master. It was a white-haired sorcerer and an old man dressed in a red summoner's robe. The 2 of them looked at Yunsheng at the same time. They saw that the one sitting on the ground was a female sorcerer. There was a hint of otherworldly elegance in her gorgeous face. Although she was under the control of the dark power, she still did not give in. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be someone in the world who could have both the summoning demon hand and the magic deity bracelet at the same time. Huh, old friend, there's finally someone who can inherit the undead summoning that we created together back then. The 2 silhouettes were talking to themselves, completely ignoring the vigilant kissing sheep's feelings as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 1131. The sheep looked left and right. It couldn't hear the voices of the 2 illusory figures. It thought that the 2 keen specters wanted to harm its master. Bobo! Don't harm little master. Bobo sheep didn't care about anything else. It mustered all its strength and shot towards the 2 illusory figures like an arrow. Who would have thought that Bobo sheep's 1,000-kilogram fall, which was usually 100% accurate, would miss? Bobo sheep couldn't stop in time and crashed into the wall with a bang. The moment its head hit the wall, Bobo sheep suddenly realized that it didn't seem to have hit anything. It had hit nothing. Ghost! Bobo Yang let out a dry howl, and then fainted. The 2 illusory figures turned back to look at Bobo sheep at the same time. That is, it seems to be the world deity of the mortal world. He can even form a contract with a world deity. This person is indeed talented. When our consciousness is about to dissipate and the boundless world is facing a great calamity, it is the will of the heavens to pass down our painstaking efforts. The sorcerer who spoke placed his hand on Yunsheng's forehead. The summoner who was wearing a red summoner's robe started chanting. As the 2 of them chanted, the mass of black aura on Yunsheng's forehead struggled non-stop and even let out mournful cries. Yunsheng, who was in the middle of her heavenly meditation, seemed to hear 2 voices, one high and one low. That voice sounded very illusory, but it was also very real. It was as if someone was muttering in her ear. The undead summoning was created by the combined efforts of the Emperor Zhao in red and I. From now on, you will obtain the power of the undead summoner and become the only remaining undead summoner on the mainland. You have to remember that there are pros and cons to controlling the undead. You have to stick to your beliefs and not forget your original intentions. The voice gradually disappeared. Yunsheng only felt that her forehead was suddenly hot and cold, as if some special power had been injected into it. Her grey Dharma soul, which was originally very unstable, gradually calmed down as well. Yunsheng slowly regained consciousness. When she suddenly opened her eyes, she found that everything in the magic cave had changed. Popping sheep fainted in the corner. Yunsheng's mouth twitched. This Bobo, just a while ago, he was still talking big and saying that he would guard her. In the blink of an eye, he had become like this. Yunsheng stood up and suddenly realized that the dark spring water that was flowing around the cave had disappeared under her feet. What was even more ridiculous was that this disappearance was very thorough. There wasn't even a single drop of spring water on the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the rocks and soil created by Yunsheng's earth spikes were still there, Yunsheng would have thought that she had been teleported to another cave while she was meditating. The magic cave was still a magic cave, but in less than 2 hours, it had become empty, and there was nothing left. Could it be that the dark magic spring had been completely absorbed by her? Yunsheng was very surprised. She examined her Dharma soul again and found that she had broken through to the magic god realm. However, what surprised Yunsheng was that she had clearly only absorbed the power of the dark magic spring, but her Dharma soul, including the other 4 Dharma souls, and even the originally insignificant light soul power, had undergone a qualitative breakthrough in that meditation just now. All of her Dharma souls had fiercely increased by a lot. So strange, how could this be? Yunsheng was curious. Her gaze fell on her magic scepter. When she saw the magic scepter, Yunsheng was shocked again. Her magic scepter actually had an additional ghost imprint where the 7th magic god level soul stone should have been embedded. Yunsheng's magic scepter had been reforged when she broke through to the sanctuary mage realm, and there were already as many as 6 soul stones on it. Now that she had broken through to the magic god level, she should have searched for the 7th soul stone to embed on her magic scepter after leaving the Ghost King cave. However, her magic scepter had undergone a change on its own during this breakthrough. What is this? Yunsheng was puzzled. She touched the ghost imprint with her hand. The instant she came into contact with the imprint, the 2 voices, one high and one low, sounded in Yunsheng's mind once again. Undead summoning. Yunsheng came back to her senses. Almost unconsciously, her magic scepter moved, and she chanted an unfamiliar summoning incantation. Under her feet, a magic array like a ghost imprint lit up. After a moment, Yunsheng's black eyes shone with a strange light. This was the power of undead summoning. Bo Bo. Dearest master, Bo Bo has met a ghost. Bo Bo Bo, who had been unconscious on the ground, woke up in a daze. Its first reaction when it woke up was to pounce on Yunsheng. Bo Bo, can you be more promising? This is the netherworld. It's not a big deal to meet a ghost. To think that you're the senior sister of the netherworld deity, Yunsheng said angrily. Dearest master, you've broken through to the magic god level. Could it be that those 2 old ghosts did something to you just now? Bo 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 jumped up and down. It was only when it saw that its master was unharmed that it heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, it also noticed that its master's magic power had become much stronger. Yes, I've also learned a brand new summoning technique. Yunsheng took out the summoning magic hand and magic bracelet with great emotion. If she guessed correctly, when she was in a critical situation when she broke through, the one who helped her was the creator of the magic bracelet and the summoning magic beast, the first magic god and the first the Emperor Zhao in red. These 2 people were once among the strongest in the 8 barren lands. Their magic and summoning skills were unparalleled in the world. Who would have thought that as powerhouses, the 2 of them did not reject each other? Instead, they appreciated each other's talents and created the undead summoning. Undead summoning? Then, my dear master, are you a dark mage god now? Hearing this, all the terror he had felt earlier disappeared in an instant. That's right. It's time to go out and meet that old man, Wan Tianqiu. The Ghost King cave is the best place to summon undead, Yunsheng chuckled. The man and the sheep left the magic cave. Before leaving the magic cave, Baby Sheep looked back at the magic cave with lingering fear. Seeing the empty magic cave, Popping Sheep lit a candle in his heart for the Ghost King who was already dead. Fortunately, the Netherworld Ghost King was already dead. Otherwise, if he saw that the magic cave that he had painstakingly set up was completely destroyed by the bandit woman, Yunsheng, in less than an hour, he would probably climb out of his coffin in anger. Next, there will be unexpected characters appearing. Let's welcome them with a few monthly votes. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.